Drumroll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Goodbye. Second one of the week. And thank you very much for coming.
He's at it again.
Game shot on a sick leg.
And this time it's worked for Ashley Coleman.
So for match 1-2-4 here required for Jensen Walker.
It's going to be a dart of the ball for the match, a dart of the ball for the win, and it's a superb way to finish off for Jensen Walker.
The right place to put the second one would be North America. Hold on to your hats, everyone. Hold on. Big moment. Oh
Game shot on
no!
a fifth flag.
Johnston's just been hit with a bat.
He might. He will.
Game shot
It's a
on
hammer
fifth
blow
flag.
from Andy Hamilton.
Hello darts fans, good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series live on Pluto TV. It's an absolute pleasure to be here at the end of January, and this week, in week 2, we're going to take it into the second month of the year already. And we're going to do so at the start of the week with Scott Mitchell. Great to have you back with us, Scott. Just talking about Saturday night that's just gone though, Alex Small, how impressive was he towards the end of last week, taking out a brilliant Adam Savada in the week 1 final?
I think he was superb. Adams, he's one of those that I've known since he was a young youth player. And the way that he's just come on, Alec, it's just unbelievable, really. He sort of has to pinch himself at times. And I think we saw when he won it, he kind of sometimes finds it hard to believe himself what he's actually achieving in the game. And Adam Savada, he just had such a good week. Only picked the darts up the day before he started playing with them. And it was the first competition he'd played with his new darts and his new sponsor. So to make a final, he'd have took that all day long at the start of the week.
Let's talk about Adam briefly, because let's face it, he's done things last week that very few people, if anybody, has done before. He's won all of his games in 3 campaigns over the 6 days. That's only been done before by Colin Osborne. He really has showed us that United States darts has got another level of players that maybe we can exploit this year.
It has indeed, and I think also the amazing thing for him is he doesn't really play in a darting area in America, so everything's 2.5 hours away from him. So most of his darting practice is at home, just throwing at a board. And we know that you need match practice. It's very difficult to then come out of that room and jump into a room like this and start performing as he did. It's just truly remarkable, really.
It's very, very similar to what John Part did. After listening to a podcast recently about him, it just strikes me that maybe Adam Savada's got a lot to give. Well, unfortunately, Adam's not going to be in Champions Week, but someone from this week is going to be, and what a week we've got in store. Pick your tent and pitch it somewhere, because you start with Simon Whitlock. You've got Graham Hall, who's fresh off the tour. You've got Hamilton, who won in the previous series. There are so many names there, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, I think so. You look at that week, and you've got Jamie Hughes there in Group B. Martin Adams is never a million miles away from anything. And then you go down to that last group. Adam Mould's been good here, and so has Jensen Walker. So, yeah, this is a big, big week for the Super Series and week 2. If you win this week, that is going to be some feather in your cap.
We haven't had a look at the odds prior to the next graphic. So who do you think is going to be favourite for this group?
I think you've got to look at the guys that have dropped off the tour. I think you're looking at Simon, you may be looking at Graham Hall, and the Hammers won a week here. And so I think they're going to be the 3 that the bookies go for.
Well, let's have a look. Let's see who is the favourite. And it is Graham Hall at 7-2. And that is to win week 2 as well. You've got the likes of Martin Adams and Andy Hamilton and Ashley Coleman down in the middle portion. Do we see any value towards the end, towards the James Hubbard and Steve Robertson sort of area there, Scott?
Well, the kind of Robbo's kind of unknown quantity, isn't he, Longshanks? He's not really been here before, so We don't know what Steve's going to turn up. And yeah, Hubs hasn't been around for a little bit, has he? And playing sort of regular mainstream. So there won't be a lot of information about him. So that's probably why he's down there at 40-1.
Well, I think a lot of people this morning are going to be waiting to see what Simon Whitlock has got to offer, someone who's been on the PDC Tour for the last 15 years. Well, he is a MODUS Super Series player now, and we caught up with Simon Whitlock this morning as he was getting ready for his debut. Simon, great to have you here at the MODUS Super Series for the first time. And what are your feelings this morning coming here?
My feelings are it's a bit too early to be playing darts, but I'm very excited, to be fair, and yeah, I can't wait.
You've travelled the world playing darts in various systems over the years, but is it a nice comfort knowing that this venue is quite close to home?
It's actually lovely, yeah. It's like a 15-minute drive, and most of my tournaments last year were like 4 hours, so yeah, it's beautiful.
It is early, and it's something that you will contend with over the next 3 days, but also something that's been different in January this year is that you've played a lot of darts coming up to the end of this month, which is something that you haven't done a great deal of.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Played the Challenge Tour, played for the Tour card, so yeah, I've got a lot of darts behind me.
So with that in mind, you must be feeling pretty sharp.
Well, yes and no. Still fiddling a bit with my darts, but yeah, I've gone back to an old set, so we'll see how they go.
A lot of people accuse Peter Wright of being the doctor of darts and making lots of changes, but maybe that's something that you will look to do in this venue to try and find a formula for 2025, right?
Yeah, definitely. I'm still looking to get some new darts made, which I haven't got done yet. So that's maybe next week. And yeah, I'll just work with the ones I've got now, which are a set I've used before. So I'm quite comfortable with these. Are
you looking forward to the format here? Because it does involve a lot of games, potentially week-wide.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the more games I can get under my belt, the better. And we'll just work off each game.
Have a fantastic week, Simon. All the best.
Thanks, Paul. Cheers.
Here we go then. Simon Whitlock will make his debut in the very first match of week 2. And up against Graham Hall as well. Someone who he has played before on the PDC Pro Tour. But this is a different tournament, a different venue. And now for Simon, a different challenge. Someone who's been playing top-level darts for more than 20 years. Now in his mid-50s. And his hometown is Hornsby, back in Australia. But he's a resident of Hampshire, about 15 minutes away from the studio, which is quite handy. But Graham Hall from Ulster, and wearing his customary green and black, G-Man is back at the MODUS Super Series, where he has been successful before. This is a really good first game, and it'll be interesting to see where these guys finish up in Group A after 3 days of action with myself, Paul Diaz and Nicholson. You've got Jack Garwood as the referee, and Scott Mitchell is with us for all of Group A this week.
I do like the way that the bookies had Graham Hall as a favourite for the week, and I think when you look at his stats coming off of the tour,
81,
and how well he used to do here, I think this place set him up to get that card a couple of years back. So for me, I'm expecting a more experienced Graham Hall here at the Super Series since he was last with us, because he's got that 2 years of Pro Tour experience playing the very best in the world, sort of week in, week out.
66.
I think it's a very fair point. I remember watching Graham in our previous studio in Southampton, and he actually won in Series 1 in week 3. And that was the series where it started in Southampton but finished in Portsmouth. So he has made a Champions Week before, but he's not won a week in Portsmouth yet. So 59. That, realistically, is his next challenge. Could even be this week. But I think he's a real danger. I'm with you, Scott.
Yeah, and I you know, the stigma of coming off the tour a couple of years ago was, you know, where you're going to go, what you're going to do. And I think that just isn't the case anymore with everything that's going on away from that Pro Tour, that top 128. We've had it now for a year or so where people are now starting to doubt, is there any point in being on the tour, being sort of outside the top sort of 60 to 128, and it just
60.
and that's how well the game has progressed outside the 128 to make people within it think that.
It's a bit of a slow start from both players in this first leg of the week, but you can completely understand it. We had a little bit of a chat with Simon this morning, and he was saying, I'm not sure about playing darts this early. Simon can probably not remember the last time he played a competitive match at 9:35 in the morning, because PDC darts doesn't usually start until 12 to 1 o'clock over the last 15 years.
Yeah, very much so. When I was there, it was 12 o'clock, and it is a very different way of preparing. It's about the players preparing. Back in our day when you played county, you kind of worked out that when you were playing in the men's, you were playing later in the afternoon. Easier to prepare for, easier to get up and have your routines that work because you've won stuff doing those routines. Here, that is thrown right out of the window with like I say, 9:35 start.
On the first leg, Simon Whitlock.
Simon has thrown the first leg out of the window. He takes it in 20 darts, and that will settle him down. Even someone of his experience, they still need to get that early settling leg like that just to feel a little bit more at ease.
Yeah, I mean, having been there and had that tour card and dropped off, what happens is things start to happen with your game when you start looking at that table and thinking, am I going to keep my card and am I not? Sort of from about 8 months out. And what happens is there's a kind of system. You start missing doubles in games and losing games you shouldn't lose, and the year before you were winning. Then you start to stop yourself scoring, and you're not then getting to that double as the pressure sort of starts to raise upon yourself to try and hold that card. And then towards the end of the year, you really are chasing rainbows and you're clutching at straws. You're overanalyzing every single thing about your game, about why it hasn't worked. And the last 2 months are just so difficult. But for these guys, they were right on the cusp at the end last year. So even some of it went down to Ali Pali, I think, for Simon, of whether he kept his card or not, and what others were performing like.
96. Graham, you require...
Well, Simon has left himself a bogey number, which is not the kind of thing he usually does. But Graham has really found his scoring shoes in this second leg. He's going to leave himself handily placed
49
on double 16. But you don't usually expect to see Simon on 165 from a mid-leg position where he should have left a finish.
99. Graham, you require 32.
There's a little bit of pressure on this double 16 shot for Graham now. It was hit by Whitlock in the first start
on the second leg,
of the first leg, and
Hall.
Graham's done exactly the same.
Third leg, it's Simon to
the G-Man gets his first leg of the day.
Now, speaking of Graham, when he graced the building this morning at around 7:30,
59.
and he couldn't wait to say, I'm really looking forward to this. Because I am with you, Scott. I think he understands just how much he kicked on as a player when he was playing in this format. He doesn't really care where it is. It's about how many games he can play throughout the course of a week and sharpen up to the degree that he could possibly win.
And the other thing, when you're on that tail end of that cusp of losing the card, you think you're not playing your best and you're not quite doing it right. But to be fair, those averages there that you're losing with are sort of averages that you can come here and be more than competitive
59.
with. You've just then got to find your doubles and your confidence to win games. But what I love about this place is there are always lesser names that are ready to step up and beat you here and take their moment in the limelight. And we forget that. But that's what makes this so unique as a competition.
Yeah, just to give you an insight into how well Graham played
59.
in the previous 12 months in Players' Championship events, he averaged 91.05, which is not bad darts at all. But at the top level, you need a little bit more, and Simon has found a little bit more there for his first maximum on this stage. Still plenty of magic up his sleeve, that's for sure.
85. Simon,
This
you
time it's
require
Hall who doesn't leave a
62.
finish.
Traditional route, treble 10. Oh, double 8.
No score.
Busts it, which is very unusual. Caught the flight, didn't he, of the previous dart. But no harm done. Graham Hall back on 175, and he'll be looking to set this up and cause Simon a problem when he comes back.
And I wouldn't be surprised if throughout the course of this week we see Simon Whitlock with different darts in his
137.
hand
Simon,
and
you
possibly
require
a conical
62.
flask and a Bunsen burner, because Dr. Whitlock might be going for something experimental, but this is textbook again. And this time he gets the
John of
62
third leg,
right
Simon
for a
Whitlock.
2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw
Would I be
first.
fair to say that Simon
on.
of later years has been more known for what points he's got in his darts rather than to how he's been throwing?
Yeah, I think that's fair. We live in a social media age
81.
where any story can be blown up to a certain proportion. But just because he's a forward thinker when it comes to equipment, but specifically points,
134.
and maybe the silver medal goes to the stem work he's done, but maybe most of those stories were negative instead of being positive.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I was coming to the point where I know that he'd
140.
been using different sorts of materials to try and make a point for his dart be a little bit different than the norm. And
140.
like I was coming to that saying so many people are negative about it, and I think that's kind of wrong. He's trying to use his initiative and design something slightly different. And I remember a few years ago he had the idea of putting the cap on the top of the stem to stop you Robin Hooding and making that fixed as part of the flight. And I used to use those all the time. They
91.
were absolutely fantastic.
Graham, you require
stopped all the Robin Hooding,
157.
stopped darts on the floor. So he does things that other players probably don't think about.
Well, Graham's got 80 left here and a blocked treble 20, but he's still going to go for it.
97.
Can't quite get there.
Simon, you require 136.
And we're about to see our first Ton Plus finish of the week. It's a difficult one. And too hard on this occasion.
96.
Well, he's in a good
Graham, you
spot
require
if Graham
6.
does not find the double he requires. This is a tricky shot. That's actually quite a good single. He's got a bit of clearance to the right-hand side. And uses the
shot of
marker to
full
perfection.
flag.
A
Graham
great
Hall.
shot from G-Man.
Yeah, good dart that. I don't think we can explain how good a dart that was. One left in hand and
Fifth leg,
doing what
it's
he's done.
Simon
You
to
have to
throw
have a certain
first.
amount of confidence with that.
Game
And he's done it. We see lots of things with that 60 now. We see players throwing the flatty by holding the front of the point and holding it flat so they can still see the double top. I've tried that, Nico. I can't throw a flatty or the tee in China. I just cannot get that right. Other players will try and throw at the left-hand side of the 20 so they can throw at the right-hand side of the double, but Graham Hall threw his fairly high there and used it as a rangefinder, I think, probably the first start.
I think that 60 checkout methodology is becoming more popular because of the world number one, Luke Humphries.
140.
If you want to see Luke Humphries on this stage, he has actually been part of a couple of challenges with someone who's won on this stage, Gemma Hayter, so you can check that out on our social feeds.
95.
And I'm sure you'll see that with our 24/7 coverage on Pluto TV as well. Lots of live action for you this week in week 2 and some great players to come. Really looking forward to seeing Jamie Hughes in Group B this week. alongside Martin Adams and Ash Coleman.
Yeah, former England teammate of mine, Jamie Hughes. We've lifted World Cups together for England, and some talented player, and another who has come off the tour this year who
Simon, you require 132.
is actually looking at it and thinking it's not such a bad thing. There's so much else I can do.
There's nothing Simon can do about the 132, but that is a really, really smart last dart. He takes the bust shot out of commission. He wanted to leave 32, but he looked at the risk and said, it's not worth it.
133.
Good competitive game,
Simon,
this.
You require 36.
Averages are very healthy. Double nine. Loves double nine. Not this time.
28.
What a chance this is
Graham,
for
you
Hall to break the
require
throat.
40.
Yeah, that 133 from Hall really did apply the pressure there to Simon, didn't it? Particularly because he hit the two trebles first two darts, and it just makes you a little more assertive. Now, G-Man's got to finish it off.
30.
He's fluffed his lines.
Simon, you require
Surely Whitlock
8.
will need no second invitation here.
It's the same height as double nine. And that's a cracking marker.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He's
Simon
using
Whitlock.
darts today that he has used before, but if you are a bit of a darts
Sixth leg. It's
fanatic,
Graham to throw first.
you might know the story
Game on.
behind these darts, because these used to belong to G.G. Mathers. He picked them up one day when G.G. was at his house, and he says, oh, I like those.
100.
So he started using them on the tour. But it seems, based on his interview with ourselves this morning, Scott, that
60.
he's in a state of flux at the moment. He's waiting to create the next Simon Whitlock dart. And maybe we shouldn't judge everything in 2025 on this week for Simon. He could still have a year like Connor Scott had in 2024. It took him 3 or 4 months to get his flight right last year. And boy, did he get it right in the end.
Yeah, you talk about Connor Scott. He uses a very
84.
similar dart to Simon developed in his last big development in dart. So, yeah, and I think Connor is he's one of those. He's just an absolute robot, Connor Scott. Turned himself into something very special.
96.
He's always been good, but last year turned himself into something very special and now has a card, so we won't be seeing him.
60.
Strange thing to say as it happens. We're happy that we won't see certain people, actually 21 players who played here in 2024, went on to get cards, either through secondary
57.
tours or Q School. So a lot of people can gain confidence through their Super Series campaigns throughout a year if they want to bounce back to
42.
the PDC Pro Tour, which I'm sure is something that Graham wants to do this year. He's in a good position in this sixth leg. I had a sneaky suspicion this game was going to go all the way. It may just do so.
140.
Well, massive from the G-Man there. Simon's scoring has just dropped off in this leg. When he lost that leg before,
78.
is it
Graham,
something
you
he's going to have to
require
get used to?
48.
He hasn't got so many legs to recover.
Double 16. I'll give us a tied game. Looks like a blocker, but it isn't.
Game shot
Hate
on
to
the
say I
sixth
told you
leg.
so.
Graham Hall.
All the way we go, and you make a fabulous point, Scott.
7th and
How
final leg.
seasoned
It's Simon to throw
is Whitlock
first.
at
Game
playing
on.
best of 7 legs? Now, he might play it locally because he's noted for playing a lot of local darts in Hampshire. But under the lights,
140.
best of 7 is something he will barely have played in his career.
No, exactly. That's my point. When you lose legs here, there is no time to recover. He's fortunate to be in the
97.
position of 3-3 here because Graham Hall had those 3 darts. He'll be thinking he could have been out of the door and shaking hands by now and back in the back room.
58.
Whitlock hasn't really backed up that first 140 he started with.
In a previous leg, Graham Hall had 2 1-3-3 scores
57.
with 7 19s. That's what Simon's looking for right here. Well, that's hard to get past, so he has to go to the 60 now.
136.
And he's pitched that one brilliantly.
Yeah, by hitting that first treble 19, he left himself options, didn't he?
Hall knew exactly what he needed to do there, and that was max.
Simon, you
And
require
that's something he hasn't done in this game.
167.
There's 57 off, leaving 110. Finishing on the ball would have been something special.
130.
And he's left himself on 37. And the first match dart of this week is missed.
Yeah, you could have just see the wry smile through all the facial hair there on Simon's face.
140.
He had a little
Simon, you
smirk to himself
require
about that.
37.
He'll be smiling from ear to ear if he hits double 16. Or another double 8.
21.
Well, that is now
Graham, you require
3
107.
darts for the match missed. Can G-Man turn into a thief? Needs a treble 17. Double 18. And he pinches it in the top right corner.
Graham Hall.
That'll feel a bit salty if you're Simon Whitlock. His debut match, it could have been his. But the G-Man gave himself one chance to take it. And that opportunity is now in his swag bag. It was a very good game. Averages came down a little bit towards the end. But Graham Hall with 4 out of 9 on the doubles and a very respectable 94 average. Getting the biggest checkout of the match. He wins it by 4 legs to 3. And now into game number 2. Andy Hamilton is back. And he's up against Longshanks, Stevie Robertson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time,
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and our first game did not disappoint. Well, it did if you're a Simon Whitlock fan, because he lost by 4 legs to 3. However, he's still got 4 games to go today to get some points on the board. But now it is the turn of maybe Simon Whitlock's nemesis in PDC darts. Andy Hamilton is back for the first time since winning Series 9 Week 3. He did take part in the Champions Week, but he wasn't very well that week, so he didn't make his way to the Champions Night, but he's got a score to settle. He wants to get back to the Champions Week and have a crack at the title. But he's up against Steve Robertson, 51 years of age, from Choppington. That's in Northumberland, a very small place, just outside of Guidepost. It's not far from Bedlington, in fact, which is a bit of a hotbed of darts. You've got the likes of Chris Dobie and Callan Ridds, and some other people have played in Bedlington. A bit like that guy that you know quite well, Gary Robertson.
Yeah, indeed, and not forgetting the Bedlington Terrier that a lot of farmers have for sorting out rabbit issues on their farms. But yes, of course, it's all about the darts here.
First leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
You can't miss Longshanks, or should we say Muck Longshanks. And we could be here all day trying to explain this dart shirt.
Yeah, we kind of been looking out the commentary box window at this shirt and thinking we're not sure about it. It's got a kind of an England flag on the bottom
140.
and a Scottish flag on the top. And we used to know as Longshanks. Now he's Muck Longshanks. And now the sleeves are doing something else that we don't understand. We will get to the bottom of it
130, sir.
before the end of the week for you. We will take him to one side and take a piece of A4 paper down with us and write down the explanation of why the shirt is so busy.
Absolutely right. We like to get to the bottom of the stories here in Portsmouth.
140.
And don't get me started on the shoes. I don't think Bob Dylan had more decorative guitars than the shoes that Longshanks has got on today. They're a thing of beauty.
24.
It is the start of the 2025 campaign for Andy. 2024 was pretty good for him. Seniors was good. Super Series turned out to be very good towards the end.
140.
Look at those bad boys. I'm not going to ask him where he got them, because if Kurt Parry's anything to go by from Super Series weeks before, he just won't tell us.
81. Andy, you require 81.
Yeah, we don't have to know everything, do we, I suppose? But yeah, but they are very polished and very unique.
Double 16.
49.
And he could have started in 12. That would have been a very bright start indeed, but it could still be. He's taking on Steve, who's on debut, and Andy's got to somehow exploit that.
43. Andy, you require 32.
Sometimes you can have a little bit too much time on these opening legs if
16.
you're not careful. And I think Andy's a little bit guilty of that in that one. I think had Robertson been on double top or something, he'd have wiped that out with a dart.
Yeah, there's something to be said for
46.
having a sense of
Andy, you
urgency.
require 16.
Now that Robertson is on a finish, it might be time to get this done and dusted,
Game shot
which
of
is exactly
first
what he
leg,
does.
Andy Hamilton.
I can hear cries in the pub from the 80s.
Second
That's
leg,
it, mate.
it's
It's
Steve
knowing
to
how
throw
far to
first.
take them.
Game on.
That's exactly what Andy did.
Do you know what we should do with some of these? I'm going to say more seasoned players. I'm not going to use the word old. Paul Lim has taught us over the last few months that
95.
nobody's old when they're in their 50s. I think we should get a special day here where we have 6 players who are over the age of 50, get them all to play in a tweed jacket with feather-topped flights
82.
and big bulbous barrels and see how well they can play. Let's take it back to the 1960s.
you probably have to go to people in their 60s and 70s to find players that actually played with those. Because you're referring to people in the 50s, and I can assure you, I've never played with feather flights. I've never played with big fat brass darts, but I can understand the concept of what you're saying.
Well, I've got a couple of old sets in the house, Scott, in their original Bakelite cases, so I'll bring a set in this week and we'll have a bit of a go of them if you fancy that.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Well, what do we know about Steve Robertson? Well, he is from the northeast of England, but has spent a lot of time in Scotland, particularly Stranraer, which is the gateway to Northern Ireland, if you take the ferry to Larne. But some dart players are somewhat nomadic. Even Andy has been all around England.
96.
Spent a bit of time in Southampton, as well as Stoke, and some other places. But Longshanks, Tyne-and-Wear dart player from years back. Spent time in Scotland.
96.
And Choppington is so small that if you are in your car and you drive through it, you're gone in about 90 seconds.
So it's so small you can do your paper round on a skateboard.
Absolutely.
96. Steve, you require 167.
First crack at a big finish. Could be a beauty. He's on the bull.
142.
It was a long shot for Longshanks. He nearly got it.
96.
No reaction or emotion from him. One thing, if this 96 goes from Andy Hamilton, we know there will be.
56. Steve, you require 25.
When you're playing your debut, you just want to get that first maximum, that first double. Just start ticking the boxes. And that won't do. And we do get a smile. You're going to see plenty of those from Steve this week. But hopefully not when he's hitting the wrong bed like he's just done.
Andy, you require 40.
Straight up the neck of it.
Game shot on
And into tops for a 2-0 lead.
Hamilton.
He's got so much experience.
Third leg, it's Andy
Well
to
over
throw
2
first.
decades
Game on.
at various top levels of the sport. We were chatting with Andy this morning, Scott, and we were referencing the fact that he's played in 4 World Championship venues.
108.
Yeah, he has, and that is a rarity because obviously there's a few. Obviously, the O2, the Indigo was the one where we were only there for a year. Last PDO World Championships held there, and Andy was there and present. So yes, he's played in 4 venues. I've been lucky enough to play in 3, but 4 would be a rarity. I'm trying to think who else amongst that field may have played in 4. I'm not sure. Scott Waits probably would have only played in 3. He wouldn't have done the Circus Tavern days.
135.
From my recollection, without digging into the stats databases, off the top of my head, I can only think of one, and that's John Lowe. When he played in 78, 79,
140.
and the early part of the 80s, 2 different venues. Then he went to Lakeside and the Tavern.
Yeah, great shout that, mate, actually. Great shout.
Even Phil Taylor only played in 3.
100.
Yeah, me
And
too.
you
I don't mind me
require
and Phil in the
56.
same sort of little bracket there. Both played in 3. Yeah, I'll take that.
I think Andy wants to be 3-0 up. And that's what he
on the
gets.
third
That's a
leg,
beautiful
Andy
11 darter. The best leg of the day so far. Somebody's cooking with gas here.
Fourth leg, it's
This
Steve to throw
average
first.
is not small.
No, playing nicely. And I actually commented earlier, I noticed that he didn't have a darts manufacturer as a sponsor, as
97.
nearly all players do. It's like a given. And he said he doesn't have one. And he says it allows him to buy what he wants and throw with what he wants. And he quite likes the dynamic of not having one.
96.
And I don't think we've ever seen too many people say that in the darting world.
I can understand it. I think from the golfing world, we've seen
135.
the likes of Brooks Koepka and Justin Rose at points over the last 5 or 6 years saying, I want to put whatever club I want in the bag. And I can totally understand it.
Yeah, we've
90,
seen more
sir.
recently where players have been sponsored by a flight manufacturer and a barrel manufacturer. That's one of the things that has come in of late, you know, in the last sort of 5 to 10 years. And of course, with golf, you can
41.
have wedges made by a different brand than the actual clubs, even though the brand of club that you're sponsored to use probably would make them. You prefer to use a specialised club made by a specialised company. So, yeah, it's starting to creep in all
98.
sports, and it's now coming into darts.
Andy looks really comfortable in this first game of the day. It will be 5 games per player.
58.
And you don't want to be out of it after day 1 in Group A. Not like Bradley Roos was last week. Unfortunately for him, not getting a win in Group A. But that all started on the Monday. You've got to have a solid base.
Yeah, us dart players, it's very easy to find a negative in the
46.
game. But it
Stevie
takes us a lot
require
longer to find a positive to
170.
take us forward with confidence. And we do tend to keep looking back over one shoulder.
130.
Oh, it's in there.
Andy, you require 164.
Tidy visit to leave double top. And it's the hammer looking to go the new way. He wants another one of those. Oh, he's hit it. And the bullseye to cap off what would be a brilliant 4-0 win.
122.
Not quite. I think the
Stevie
smile from Andy
require
Hamilton
4.
was as if to say that wasn't very close, was it? But it was a great attempt.
I was waiting for the roar to rattle the commentary box window.
Does this rattle tops? It has to, you feel. Great
Yeah,
dart
shot
from
on the full
Steve.
flag. Steve Robertson.
That'll make him feel so much better getting that first double on the stage.
5th flag. It's Andy to throw
He's a
first.
very imposing figure.
Game
He's a
on.
gentle giant, is Longshanks. Or should we say, I'm just going to call him Longshanks. This Muck Longshanks thing, no, I'm not quite there with it. But he is a gentle giant. He's a
6.
very big lad, though.
Muck Longshanks makes himself sound like some sort of burger, doesn't it? That's what it does for me. And because I'm the size I am, I keep thinking, I must go and get one of those next time I'm in there. A Muck Longshanks.
Well, you know you've made it if your nickname is going to be one of those seasonal treats at a very well-known fast food chain.
140.
Not to get too much into the puns this week, because we usually leave that for Henry Deacon and Chris Murphy, but if you had a Muck Hammer, that's MC Hammer.
Yeah, very true.
122.
And who'd want to touch that?
Andy's already been within touching distance of getting the win in this second game. That's a beautiful visit.
137.
Gets himself to a finish once again. And it looks fairly familiar. Oh, that's a glorious maximum from Longshanks. His first on the stage.
164.
Does he get a chance to put a flake in it? We wonder. He does now.
$45.
That dart is something we
require
will maybe
99.
talk about with Andy over the course of the day. But is Robbo getting back into this game, we wonder? If he is, he may just need the extra 42 right now.
$75. Andy
Well,
require
he really likes double 12.
119.
Well, he didn't just now. He had a 9 going for it. But yes, I know what he's done there. So the hammer, treble 20 here. Not to be this time. Kind of blocked. So a
59.
half-hearted dart at
Stevie
tops.
required 24.
Steve Robertson comes back. for that double 12 that he left on purpose.
That dart's in the way. It's a horrible, horrible blocker.
That angle is perfect to show how difficult this is. He's got to go top side.
No score.
I think he's done really well to find the gap there.
Yeah, I was just about to say, got to go top side. That's how I like my beef. But that is how he got that in between there. I don't know.
The small 20 trick. That was on purpose, but it's double 10 for the match.
50.
Multiple shots missed.
Stevie requires
So he's now missed 3 to win this game. And that's what Whitlock missed in the first game of the day. The game
Next on the
continues.
fifth leg, Steve Robertson. Sixth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
When Steve was making his debut for Tyne and Weir years ago, playing with some great players from North and South Tyneside. One in particular that I'm sure you remember,
41.
Andy Chalmers. What a player. Yeah,
very much so. Yeah, another hotbed of the country. We've spoken about, the Phil Taylor area earlier in an interview that we did with Andy and Stoke-on-Trent and the players that come from there. But right up there in that northeast section, you had some players up there in your day, mate, didn't you?
Scary, scary stuff. Around the turn of the century.
44.
Whatever Super League team you came up against, you were pitched against County A players. And it was the same in Staffordshire. I will forever remember a county game between Staffordshire and Northumberland.
60.
Where Staffordshire were already promoted. Northumberland were fighting for their lives. And wherever you looked in that venue that day, there were names. They were everywhere.
62.
Yeah. I mean, we mentioned Chris Dobie earlier, and when I hear the Dobie name, Chris isn't the one that I think of. I think of Arthur, and I think of Gordon. It's which Gordon's his dad, is Chris's dad, but yeah, that then makes me feel really old.
Yeah, Gordon was actually at that game. He was playing B darts as a ringer. And he won 3-2. I remember that because I was calling the game on the microphone. Good times.
125.
It's amazing how darts has evolved over the last 20 years. And that's why we're here. Some people still have stories to tell from yesteryear, which gets the nerves on the back of our necks still standing up.
96.
But darts there from Andy to give himself another chance to win. And this is not a situation where he wants to walk away without points.
No, not from where he's been. Sometimes you have to give a little bit of credit to Steve Robertson. Won that first leg probably when Andy should have won 4-0 and has sort of given himself a little bit of momentum confidence, hasn't it? But now treble 15 here and double top to seal the deal. Lovely stuff from Andy Hamilton. I don't like to say roll back the years, but what a shot.
To finish the match off when he's missed the ball for a 164. I think even Steve Robertson on debut enjoyed that game, even though he lost it by 4 legs to 2. Some fabulous starts from both follically challenged players there, but 4 out of 11 is good enough for Andy and a 97 average. What a fabulous base to start with here this week in week 2. He gets the points, and now Tommy Morris is looking to do exactly the same as he returns to the MODUS Super Series against Super Series debutant Nikolaou.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to Portsmouth, and it's time for somebody else to get started here in week number 2. Andreas Nikolaou of Cyprus, dressed in all black, doing his very best Gary Player impression here this morning. He's up against the firecracker that is Tommy Morris. He's back. He's fast, he's effective, and the last time he was here, he did win a Group A situation with some fabulous throwing. But the last time Andreas was here, it wasn't technically in the MODUS Super Series. It was in the ADC Global Championship, where he did play in the first week of that event. This might feel fairly familiar, Scott, but it's a different thing. This is all about winning the week to come back at the end of April.
Yeah, it is. I agree with where you're coming from there. I think that
First leg,
Andreas,
Tommy
it
to
was a
throw
nice
first.
little
Game on.
sort of learner, the ADC week for him. It was massive for Cypriot Darts
40.
to have him here in the first place and to have him qualify. And he kind of impressed when he was here. Unfortunately, he didn't make the finals on that occasion, but as you rightly say, this is slightly
90,
different
sir.
scenario. And it's all about building momentum here, and you've got to build momentum against guys like this.
139.
And Tommy Morris, who plays slightly differently than probably Andreas would have ever seen before.
Precisely. When Andreas was here, he was in a Group A scenario with Andy Bolton, Sebastian Białecki,
100.
Thomas Banks, newly crowned Romanian Open champion Brian Roman.
80.
Congratulations to Brian, who won that over the weekend. And Gemma Hayter. So a great deal of expertise and experience from that Group A scenario, where he did
96.
win 6 games, didn't disgrace himself at all, and finished off better than Gemma Hayter and Brian Roman. So
125.
does that give us an insight into what kind of a threat level he will bring this week?
I think it can, because he started the week really well in kind of typical debutant fashion in the first couple of days. Then he tailed
80.
off and he just started to find his
117.
mojo again at the end of the week, but got caught up with a little bit.
97. Andreas, you require 128.
Well, this would settle any early morning nerves that the Cypriot has. Is he going to stay there? I think it was questionable, because if you look at where that first dart was,
88.
there wasn't a great deal of
Tommy, you
room
require
underneath it
20.
to try and leave double 10, which
Gave
Tommy
John
has hit to take the
leg.
first leg.
Tommy Morris.
Yeah, that 128 is. Sometimes you're better not to hit the treble, aren't you, and
Second leg,
move
it's
away.
Andreas to throw first.
It's a really horrible
on.
number, 128, and I think most players try to avoid it like the plague. It's you've got to hit 2 trebles on 128 to leave yourself anything, unless ironically you miss with the first dart. So you kind of punish yourself by hitting it with the first dart, hitting the treble.
One thing I learned very quickly
60.
when Tommy came here on debut is that we don't have a great deal of time to analyse his technique, because he's only on the hockey for about 3.5 seconds. But when it comes to Andreas, he's about as side-on a player
40.
as we've maybe ever seen.
Yeah, I kind of accused him of dislocating his shoulder to throw
60.
last time he was here. It doesn't show up so well in a black shirt, but as he lines up, he really does kink his shoulder across to under his chin to keep everything in such a straight line. It's
42.
and it's successful when it's successful.
Over the course of time, he might have a few
100.
issues in the shoulder department, but if you want to make sure that that doesn't happen, as you can see, that straight-on style from the left-hand side of the hockey, you just got to make sure that there's a lot of fluid going through the shoulder joint. And there's nothing wrong with that.
97. Andreas, you require 99.
We do like an Andreas in this building. We've got a series champion called Andreas.
We have indeed. Slightly more impressive beard than the one this
83.
Andres has, but yes, I do agree with where you're coming from. And
100. Andreas, you require 16.
Well, if Nikolaou does start growing a beard to try and catch Harrison up, it'll take you about 4 years, at least. He's trying to catch Tommy Morris here by hitting double 8.
8.
Just a bit erratic,
require
which gives Tommy
84.
Morris a free hit here on 84. Oh, that's such a good third dart. He loved that.
Morris.
And I don't know if you caught that little movement on the hockey just before he went for dart 3.
Third
He
leg,
saw
it's Tommy to throw
that
first.
marker where it was and said, I can
Game
make
on.
that bigger. By going to the left by about 3 inches, he can caress his way down the barrel and the stem, and it worked a treat.
85.
yeah, it did indeed. And obviously, most watching will know that there's nothing I don't know about Tommy Morris. I know his game inside out. I know him inside out, on and off the
58.
board as a person, and he's one of the people that have
59.
come through in Dorset. He's got a very strange focus. It's kind of it's about me. I'm going to do this. I'm doing that. I'm doing whatever, whichever situation he's in. And the way that the game has gone as an individual sport,
140.
it's suiting him down to the ground, really.
Yeah, Tommy did go to Q school. He made mincemeat of series, or the first staging of it. Came through on the very first day. But
60.
then, in the second stage, nothing went to plan. He had 4 days of action,
91.
only winning 2 matches. He lost out to the likes of Brandon Weening and Carl Sneed and Ryan Finesse. Won a couple of games. One of them against Aaron Monk, but it really didn't go his way. That's why he's back here. And now, he's just missed double 8 for a 1-2-6. The almost more difficult way.
Yeah, he knows. Cheeky little monkey he is. He knows it. He absolutely knows it.
80. Tommy,
Trying to give the guys something for the highlights reel, I think.
You can get past that, but only on the right-hand side.
4.
You can see his darts, the way they behave in the final 20% of flight. They do tend to veer left, like a plane in the wind.
You're absolutely spot on, Nico. That is exactly what they do. And he's been like that since he was, since ever I've known him.
47.
Since ever I've known him.
Tommy, you require 4.
And that's been a long time.
Game shot on the third leg. Tommy Morris.
Doesn't take him a long time to take a 3-0 lead. Doesn't take him a long time to do anything. But just over 7 minutes, and he's 501 points away from his first points of the week.
Andreas to throw first.
Yeah, the Morris family are quite a dart-playing family. Dad Dave was a county player back in his day, and I knew Dave first, and then along came
56.
His little kid Tommy, wandering up the stairs with a dartboard under his arm. He's grown 3 inches since then.
99.
He's still little Tommy.
I'd like to say you're going to get it in the neck for that, Scott, but I don't think you will.
No, he'll come down on me like a ton of feathers, he will. He's, 100. Absolutely. Sister plays county. I was actually best man at his sister's wedding. So that means his brother-in-law plays as well. So, yeah, there's lots of them. There's lots of the Morris family, and half of them play darts.
How are Dorset doing this season in intercounty darts?
Well, we're still absolutely sort of in cuckoo land of playing in the Prem. For such a small county, we're still over the moon to be there, but we've not hit the ground running this year as we did last year. So we've got work to do if we're going to stay there before the end of the season. But hey, we're punching above our weight by a long shot.
Maybe that's how the Cypriots feel about Andreas getting a shot here this week. I think this is a really good shot for him. I don't think there's a great deal of pressure on him.
55.
I think coming up against the likes of Morris and Whitlock and Hamilton and Robertson and Hall as well, let's not forget about them. Imagine a young Andreas saying, I'd love to play Simon Whitlock one day. I'd love to play Andy Hamilton one day.
55.
Well, he's going to play them, but will he have points when he does? That's the thing.
97.
In order to get points from this game, he's going to need a colossal falling from grace from Tommy Morris, which you do not see coming. First 2 games of the day were very competitive, going a minimum of 6 legs. This one only goes 4. A typical Tommy Morris Monday morning performance, taking care of his first opponent in less than 10 minutes. He's off to a flyer, and we get our first ear-to-ear smile from the gun Tommy Morris, but we don't get a celebration until then. There it is. Plenty of that this week, and an average of mid-80s, which is good, but Andreas is going to need more than that if he's going to compete in this Group A situation. He knows that. So when we come back, Graham Hall's going to come back to the Ocky after his act of thievery against Whitlock, and he's going to try and take out Andy Hamilton this time.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to live coverage of week 2 of the MODUS Super Series here on Pluto TV. It's Series 10, can you believe it? That number 10 is synonymous with a certain Super Series double champion in Luke Littler, who is now the world number 2 and the current world champion. But he did not win in Den Bosch over the weekend. That was won by Rob Cross. So congratulations to Rob in beating Stephen Bunting in that final. And I wonder who the winner's going to be here on this Saturday night. First, you've got to get there by playing multiple rounds. And as far as the first round is concerned today, it went pretty well for both of these players, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, it did, and both played sort of really well, and that 90-plus average, well, mid-90s it was for both of them, and
Game on.
something's going to have to give here. Graham would fancy himself because he's got the darts, but we know sometimes when you're playing a more experienced player
64.
in the form of Andy Hamilton, that just helps them tweak their mojo in the first leg. We know that's probably the easiest leg to break your opponent, is that very first one.
140.
Now, I've already mentioned who has won certain tournaments over the weekend. It's been an explosive start to 2025.
83.
Not just because of what happened on January the 3rd, which is already more than 3 weeks past, of course. We mentioned Roman winning in Romania over the weekend, as did Dave Pallett. That was a great result for Dave.
121.
Congratulations to him. I hope we see him a bit here this year. Very creative dart player, a creative counter. Rob Cross's win in Den Bosch.
41.
Pretty much a stone's throw from Michael van Gerwen's backyard. And on the Asian Tour in Dubai this week, saw a winner for Alexis Toilo. Rumour has it he's still choking his darts in the final.
134.
He makes me look like Speedy Gonzalez, he does. What a player.
There's no need to have 4 practice darts for every visit. He's a good player, though. I wonder if we'll see him here this year. You'll have to stay tuned to Pluto TV to see who's coming. And boy, have we got some players for you in Series 10. Boy, have we got some players for you here. Double 16 for Hamilton.
90. Graham, you require 136.
Going to need a couple of trebles here somewhere. Where's he going? Not going to happen now. So Hammer will be back for
39.
the
Andy,
double
you require
8
16.
and a break of throw.
That is a delicious marker. But you've got to go the other side, Andy. Just like that. That'll be fine.
First leg, Andy Hamilton.
In his first performance, he was 4 from 11, which is pretty
Second
much
leg,
where
it's
you
Andy
want
to
to
throw
be
first.
week long.
Game
If
on.
not, just a dart or two better. Somewhere around about that high 30s% mark. Around the 40%, you'll take that every day.
62.
Yeah, very much so. If you're doing 33%, obviously that's one dart with every 3 in your hand. And I think when we're going for tops, if we hit that every time, we will be very happy bunnies indeed.
60.
Now, I know a lot of you watching on your Pluto app, whether it's on your smart TV, your tablet, your smartphone, or whatever other smart device you have. You might be thinking, you left out
21.
the female winners over the weekend. Well, I didn't forget. Eileen de Graaf winning the Romanian Open over the weekend. Many congratulations to Eileen. And Lorena Rietbergen winning the Romanian Classic as well.
100.
And throughout the course of this year, live on Pluto TV, we've got some interesting specials weeks, including the ladies, including pairs, all sorts coming your way throughout the course of a very
43.
vibrant 2025.
Yeah, and I like what the people here have done. I like the idea of all that and mixing it up a little bit and changing it. It shows that, you know, we're progressing.
82.
They're listening with those spare weeks. And, yeah, and it just opens up varying different formats and opportunities for players. Some of the players will be the same players that you see. But, yeah, I'm really looking forward to those special weeks. There's
58.
another double trouble week back in there. There's just all sorts of pandemonium coming your way on Pluto TV via our darting world.
Beautiful darts from Graham.
100.
He didn't have to go for the maximum there. He could have gone for the 19s, which was more the defensive shot. But the benefit of going for the max is that he gets himself under 80 points, meaning he should get at least one dart at the outer ring now.
131.
Yeah, I like that play. I like that play a lot, actually.
79.
Yes, it does cause you a bit of a headache here.
Game shot on the
Headache?
second
What
leg.
headache?
Graham
I am
Hall.
talking nonsense.
I think there was a great deal of thought
Third
put
leg,
into
it's Graham to throw first.
the final 6 darts in that
Game on.
leg, because by getting the maximum he leaves 79, and with Hamilton all the way back in that leg, is there any reason why he should have gone for the treble 19, I wonder?
85.
I don't think so. I think the single is the play. And I think what young players are starting to figure out, courtesy of many young talents,
66.
is that you do not want to leave yourself on small numbers anymore. You want to be leaving yourself on primary doubles, like tops, like double 18, like double 16. That's why I'm always perplexed with people going for trebles to leave small
134.
doubles, because all you can see is trouble.
Yeah, you have a point there. I think really it depends on each individual player and what their strong doubles are. And I also think it depends on their
100.
outlook at the game. It's just like sometimes I've looked at the board lately and I've started sort of thinking about when I've got 84 left and my opponent isn't on a finish, I go for the bullseye.
108.
A 25 will leave me 59. A nice little 2-dart combo. Or, you know, the bullseye will leave me the 34 and I can go where I want to do with that.
And that's something that people didn't even think about
98.
15 years ago.
Graham, you require 102.
Graham has now got himself 2 maximums in this game. He's the first person this week to get multiple maximums in a match. Double 16.
70.
He really is starting to find some exceptionally consistent stuff here at the start of Monday, and we should not be shocked by that, because that's the exact brand of darts he brought the last time he was here.
140.
And the bookies noticed that when they made him favourite for the week, so...
Game shot on the
Nicely
third
done.
leg. Graham Hall.
Graham Hall.
I remember the first time Graham graced
Fourth
us
leg. It's Andy
with his
to the right
presence
first.
in our previous
Game on.
studio. He averaged 96 for the week and did not win. And we all looked at each other in the studio as if to say, how good is this guy?
140.
He would go on to win a week, and that was no shock at all because his level of consistency was frightening.
As our dear friend Mace says, the numbers do not lie. Nowadays, you know, we used to...
100.
15 years ago, oh yeah, I went 140, 140, 140. Da, da, da. Every game we all play now, we can see it. And the numbers don't lie. And yeah, if you're doing those numbers, it's a matter of time before you start winning things.
66.
It's just, or becoming known, or, you know, you just can't be doing mid-90s average anymore and not be noticed. But what I will say is, there's a lot more players doing them now than there was 15 years ago.
That's
60.
correct. And we can expect to get that from some of the players that join us on Thursday afternoon and Thursday night. Young Jensen Walker has definitely got a score to settle with this place when he comes back on Thursday. He's going to be up against
134.
former World Youth Champion James Hubbard. He's making his second appearance here. And Adam Mould, 2 years on from getting his first weekly title here, is back
121.
to try and get another. That's your Group
Andy,
C.
you require 161.
50% that are coming in on Thursday afternoon. They will be joined by the bottom 3 from this group.
Yeah, Jensen Walker trying to
55.
sort of get rid of the memories of losing that youth final, the World Youth Final for the WDF at Lakeside back before Christmas. It was his last ever youth event in the WDF.
140.
Because he's now too old, and
Andy, you require 106.
I just think the pressure and everything of the whole situation got to him that day, but no taking it away from young Archie Self. He beat him fair and square in the final.
The moment
49.
that Andy misses that treble
Graham, you
18
require
is the moment where
80.
Graham turns away and switches on to the fact that he might now be 3-1 ahead. That dart couldn't be better.
Game shot
And
on the
neither
fourth leg.
could that
Graham
one.
Hall.
Brilliant darts from Hall. Maintaining this 98 average with ease.
Fifth leg. It's Graham to throw first. Game on.
We were referencing winners from over the weekend, but maybe one of the stories of the weekend was an independent tournament in Belgium where young JDC World Champion Lex Pearshauser
137.
made the final of a tournament and only lost to PDC Tour card holder Kim Heibrechts. He's only 13. He's a serious player. And then you've got people in their 50s on this stage.
140.
Age is but a number.
It is indeed, but obviously the Luke Lettler effect is now spreading down through. And what we see coming through now in the next 2 or 3 years, I predict there will be a younger generation of players. We're starting to see, we've seen a little bit of the changing of the guard, haven't we, at the top end of the PDC, with Luke Littler, with Luke Humphreys coming through in the last 18 months to 2 years. And it's not the elder statesman by any stretch of the imagination, but the names that were at that top, the Peter Wrights, the Gezzies, that were doing the business, I've got to go back to the drawing board and try and start finding some practice hours that these younger players and hungry players are putting in.
You are so right. The hunger is something we have to speak about, because some players, they have it naturally. Some players have to work for it.
108.
And when you're talking about workhorses, look no further than Hamilton. A perfectly timed max, his first of the game. Now he has to win the last 3 legs if he wants to keep his 100% record today.
55. Andy, you require 121.
And Graham has just looked at the score sheet as if to say, what have you just done there, Graham? Now the luxury of Graham being on that 169. But there's that third dart again from Hamilton, which he sometimes just flings. He's now going to have to burn a dart to get to a leg 5 winning shot.
Yeah, it's loose, isn't it? It's very slack and offers an opportunity for your opponent. Just throws it that split second quicker, doesn't he, that dart?
Look what happened next. It's only 1 dart to save the match. All of his focus now is on tops.
34.
And that could be that.
Graham, you require
Graham is
72.
finishing superbly. He's 3 from 5. If he gets 2 darts at a double here, you fancy him to win. 1 dart, and it's a question mark.
32. Andy,
He did need that second shot.
20.
Four o'clock position. Now he's looking for 5s. It's all gone wrong.
Graham, you require 40.
I think Andy is waving the white flag here. He doesn't expect Graham to miss again. And he doesn't miss again.
And the match.
It's a
Graham
good
Hall.
start for Hamilton, but it's an even better one for Graham Hall, who has taken out Hamilton and Whitlock in his first 2 games when he's coming back to the MODUS Super Series for the first time in over 2 years. Another great performance, averaging nearly 94, and his doubles were very accomplished as well. Hamilton will be back in round 3, just like Hall, but before we get to round 3, we've still got 2 more matches, with Nikolaou about to take on Simon Whitlock.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. We are at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth as per usual, but on Monday morning we have already seen a Simon Whitlock defeat. Lost to Graham Hall by 4-3 in the first match of the week, where he missed 3 darts to win. However, now he's up against Andreas Nikolaou, who didn't get a leg in his first game of the day against Tommy Morris. He was put to the sword. And now Simon has got to wave the wand to cast a spell on the Cypriot.
First leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
And if he does find the same level of play that he did in his first game to give himself a match-winning chance, Whitlock will be a heavy favourite to get the result here, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely. And for Andreas, it's welcome to this level at darts kind of moment, really. Didn't open very well against Tommy Morris. And
41.
when you're looking for your first leg on the board, oh, hang on a minute. Next game, Simon Whitlock. Lovely.
Yeah, he just happens to be taking on someone who has never missed a PDC World Cup.
27.
Won it with Damon Hetta back in 2022. Still adorns the green and gold proudly,
100.
maybe more than anybody ever has. And yesterday was Australia Day. And I asked Simon this morning if he had a nice Australia Day, and he said, I absolutely did.
Or did he have a barbecue out in the garden, did he?
Wouldn't be surprised.
I can see him and Mason out there having a little barbie.
60.
He's a really good cook, Simon. Knows a lot about Asian food, but then again, a lot of Australian people do. If you look at Australian cuisine, a lot of it is centered around immigration, where a lot of people have
43.
moved to different parts of Australia, including people from Cyprus, Greece, Vietnam.
I've got family out in Australia who
100.
started life here in the UK. My uncles, and then they moved out to Papua New Guinea and did some work out there for a few years, and then moved on to Australia. And so, yeah.
60.
One time I visited Australia, I had a lovely stay with me cousins. And yes, it's the way that they eat out there is
60.
Food is a big thing for them. It's a first thought, whereas here it's an afterthought. It's everything else, work. Oh, I've got to eat now. Afterthought, and then on you go working again or doing something else. Totally the opposite out there. They get up in the morning and think about what they're going to eat before
you
work.
require 140.
Well, Simon's not going to get his chops around 140 finish.
66.
He's taking a bit of a chunk out of it.
Andreas, you require
I even had Corinne Hammond do a
147.
barbecue at my place a few years back, and she was a bit of a dab hand on the barbie as well.
It's part of the qualification.
100.
Got to be able to start the
Simon,
barbie
you
up.
require 74.
And before anybody says anything, they don't put shrimp on it. Double top. Needs to bypass that second dart somehow.
34.
Not quite.
Andreas, you require
Corin was able to
47.
cook one-handed as well, so it was a tinny in one hand and a spatula in the other.
Oh, that's a missed single there for Andreas. Can he find the outer ring?
15.
Not quite. His fifth
Simon,
dart
you
at a double
require 40.
here today is still unsuccessful.
$20.
Simon will not be happy with that.
Andreas, you require 32.
Bit of a slow start in this game. Bit like the first game he played, but he took the first leg of his game against Hall. This one, he may just lose the first leg.
No score.
But then again,
Simon, you require 20.
Was that overexcitement from Andreas there, thinking, I'm going to get a leg off the famous Simon Whitlock?
No score.
may still do so.
Andreas, you
I'm sure that
require
second dart for
32.
Whitlock skewed a little bit to the left and covered the bed. Is that too close?
24.
None of them are close
Simon,
enough.
you require 20. Game shot
That's
on the
close
first
enough.
leg, Simon Whitlock.
And that is a break of throw. It doesn't really matter how many darts it was. It's a break of throw.
Second leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very much so. But Simon won't be happy with that. He will be looking to
60.
now head to the hills and run for it. But it doesn't look like it. When Simon doesn't quite hit doubles, I think he chastises himself a little bit in his head. And then the scoring goes a little bit amiss for a couple of throws.
58.
Now, one thing you can say about Whitlock is that he's not afraid to rebuild. When he's had difficult times on the Pro Tour in previous years, he's not been afraid to go local, play in local leagues to rebuild his throw, rebuild his equipment and his confidence.
Yeah, the way I see the problem he's got with this it's his first dart. If he puts his first dart above the treble 20, I don't think he has so much of a problem. When you use that solid flight combo, when the dart is above the treble 20, you can use it and you can still get at it. Once you start having to throw past that solid sort of all-in-one flight system, if it's underneath that treble, it just causes you all sorts of problems
42.
with deflections and dragging it down, and a dart can leave your hand and it's gone in the right place for a treble. There's just no way it can get there past that flight combination. It has to be a special dart.
60.
Or you have to move like Simon did there.
He will feel like there's a gatekeeper in front of that treble 20 at the minute. Visits in this leg of 60 3 times under 59. Well, the important thing in games like this is not to panic. It's to take a breath. No matter how experienced and how incredible your career has been, you just have to go back to basics.
100.
Maybe both players just a little bit tortured by that first leg. But that's the dart you're talking about, Scott. He can attack that now.
140.
And look what happens.
Yeah, that's my point entirely. It's the way that it works with this, and the way that his darts stick up as well. He's got a longer point on them as well.
43.
So it's the way that he
Simon,
wants
you
them to land.
require
Let's not beat around the bush. He's been around long enough to know that that's how he wants it to land. But yeah, let's not beat around the bush, mate.
Double top.
58.
The only person in the world on
Andreas,
78 who goes treble 20 double 9. I remember the first time he did that in a live
58.
broadcast, and he had
Simon,
the
you
commentating
require
crew
20.
in bits. Has he got double 10 in bits?
Game shot on his second leg.
A lot sharper in
Simon
that
Whitlock.
second leg. It's not a great performance, but it's good enough.
Third leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
I think we have to give someone like Whitlock, and even any debutant, a little bit of credit, because coming into this
44.
for the very first time is a very tough thing to do. And you've been on the tour for 15 years like Simon has. And other various tours before that. You do get yourself into this mold of waking up thinking, I know exactly how today is going to be. I'll wake up at 8 o'clock, I'll have breakfast, I'll go to the venue for about 9, we'll start at 1 o'clock. He's been doing it for well over a decade, and the body and the mind become almost numb to the challenge. Today will feel like the first day of a new school.
Yeah, very much so. And you would think that he would have completed 4 of his 5 games before usually he'd have started.
24.
And you've got to remember, if they start at 1 o'clock, you've got to be drawn on that first game as well to be starting at 1 o'clock. There are sort of 8 players in a group where he's been playing, and if you're at the bottom of that group, sometimes you won't play till more like 2:30, 3.
The only way you're going to play around
94.
2:30 to 3 o'clock
Simon, you
in this building is if you're in Group
128.
C. And Simon doesn't want to be there this week. Because it would mean that he's failed in this group. He hasn't failed there. He is gradually improving leg on leg.
$81. Simon, you required
Just get the feeling at the minute that Andreas is not getting off to a good start, and he's feeling the pinch a little bit.
Simon
And
Whitlock.
that 13 darter is a massive stride in the right direction for the beard to be feared.
Simon to throw first. Game on.
Now, I don't know the intricacies of the PDC World Cup this year. Might be something we'll talk to Simon about. I don't know who's going to partner Damon Heta this year. But the way that Simon's improved in this game,
121.
I'm sure he would love to be in it again. What do you think his greatest achievement is, Scott? Winning the World Cup?
96.
Winning the European Championship in 2012? Or maybe getting to 2 World Finals, 1 in each system?
I think winning the World Cup is probably the one that he would say.
100.
And I would have to agree with that. Winning something as part of your nation and your country is second to none. And that for me, I would probably always put my World Cup win over my individual win, probably every time.
Well, this game could be over in the next 3 darts if Whitlock has something to do with it.
60.
But we will discuss
in
his 3rd game of the day against Steve Robertson just the impact that Whitlock has had on world darts. And especially
90.
on the broadcast of Aussie darts. Now, does he feel a bit frisky here? Does he feel like going 2 double tops with 3 darts?
42.
Based on the way this game has
Simon,
gone,
you require 80.
keep it simple. Okay, don't bother. Just get it one like that. He could barely hit a double earlier in the game, and then he finishes with 2. We were warned, I guess, when he beat Daniel Larson at the Dutch Darts Championship a couple of years ago. He did hit 3 bulls to win a match, and that one, he's hit 2 double tops with 3 darts in hand. It's a decent performance from Simon in the end. He wants to forget the first leg, I think we all do. But he wins by 4 legs to 0, and now we go to Robertson against Morris to close off round number 2.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the live lounge, and this time it is Muck Longshanks, let's get that right, taking on Tommy Morris, who didn't take very long in getting his first 2 points of the week and disposing of Andreas Nikolaou in game number 3, but he's going to be at the tail end of round number 2. There's Tommy as he takes on someone a good foot taller than him, but size is nothing in darts. It's all about where you place the darts over the next, well, it could be 5.5 minutes
First
to about
leg,
15,
Steve
depending on the length of the
first.
game.
Game on.
I do like a battle where both players are very different in stature, Scott. You've got the very tall Longshanks, and you've got the somewhat diminutive Tommy Morris. But it's nothing compared to Mikuru Suzuki versus Core Decker.
60.
You're not wrong. I feel like it's the same every game I play as well.
60.
It's little and large. It's not very often that I find a Wesley Plazier who I play against who will be of a similar stature.
Yeah, we actually have to send our congratulations to Core Decker, who
85.
did top the Order of Merit at Q School, the European Q School, very recently. Well done to him.
100.
Topping that with 11 points and going through to a 2-year tour card with the likes of Oskar Lukasiak of Sweden, Stefan Hendrick, the man known as Chips. He's got himself a card for the next couple of years.
140.
Max Hopp as well. What a story that is. Max Hopp back on tour. I think the
100.
strangest thing over the last couple of years is the fact that Max Hopp didn't play here.
Yeah, I'm friends with Max. I really do like Max. I've got a lot of time for him, and he's a really nice lad. And you know, when he lost his car, there were some sort of horrible kind of things sponsorship wise that happened to him, and it sort of jumped off it. And I just hope that now he's back on the tour, then those things are all readdressed and allow him to kick on really, because it kind of opened the door, I suppose, for Schindler and to sort of come through as the German number one. And for me, Max is always there and thereabouts, putting German darts on the map really when he started to come through as in his late teens.
105.
Robertson's been all around the map when it comes to his locale. When he's looking north. And now to the east.
Game shot on the first leg.
And a combination of north and east gives him a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
Now this time of year is not just about who we're not going to see
100.
at the MODUS Super Series because they're not eligible for it anymore. But maybe some of the names that we may see who we've never seen before, like Steve Robertson. And I'm a big fan, as you know, Scott, of a name that rolls off the tongue. I wonder if this year we're going to see Patrick Klingelhofer.
100.
It's one of the best names in sport.
One of my cat had that once. I had to get the vet out. Yeah, you put that on the graphic for the guys down there in the
100.
in the dungeon.
Well, I remember last year speaking to Matthew Edgar, our esteemed colleague,
100.
talking about the likes of Morris doing things like that. And I always like to pitch the question, who do you want to see here this year that we maybe haven't seen before? And I'm going to give you a name in the next leg. Next leg
93.
It could have started in about 10 seconds, but Morris really did miss that double 14.
Yeah, Dart 2 was in the air at the same time as Dart 1. He was just flying with that visit.
65. Tommy required 28.
He's flying there with a 13 darter. You can see that every phase of being on the stage is done quickly. Whether it's dabbing the mouth, drinking the water, throwing the dart or retrieving it, everything is done quickly. Well, the name I'm going to give you this year is Tomislav Rosendic of Croatia. I think there's something with that guy. I think he can play.
100.
Lost out in the final of the Eastern European qualifier to a certain Romeo Gerbavats, who was a revelation here at the end of 2024. And I think Croatia have got a lot to say about darts in the next couple of years.
140.
And if I may put my hat on for just a second, I think if PDC Europe don't do something in Croatia in the next 2 years, they need their heads examining. I now will take my hat off.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, the game is growing globally, and
140.
I see him with this World Series that we've just seen at the start of the year, Bahrain, and
100.
obviously the Dutch one was absolutely rammed from the minute the tickets went on sale 6 months ago.
And let's not forget, if you want to see the final
60
of week number 2, you can be here. We'll give you details of that in due course. But Tommy Morris has got his sights set on taking a 2-1 lead here
80.
if Robertson does not dispose of this. A little bit of ladder climbing here for Longshanks.
40. Tommy requires 62.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Typical
third
Tommy.
leg. Tommy Morris.
Blink and you miss it. I've just worked out what's on Robertson's shirt there. He's got
Full
England
flag.
red roses on
Tommy
one
to throw
sleeve
first.
and he's got those thistles on the other. It's the Scotland-England theme again. I haven't even needed to ask him.
55.
Yeah, you don't get many dart players adorning both of those flags?
No, I've got a lovely picture at home of Ross Montgomery and Alan Souter
95.
in their Scotland shirts with daffodils, cheering on the Welsh against the English at an internationals. It's my favourite picture. And when they both crop
60.
up and have something to say and a little chirp, I just whip that picture up on social media just to remind them. I'm good like that.
It's funny you should say that, actually, because in the later stages of the
68.
2012 World Cup in Hamburg, a lot of the other nations were cheering for Australia against England. What have the English done? Apart from
100.
put darts on the map, I suppose.
Well, I don't mind. We don't mind. We can handle it. It's not a problem. Got a lovely picture of Jim Williams as well. His face painted. He's in his Welsh shirt with the Scottish flags painted on his face.
60.
I got some beauties. Absolute beauties. As I'm sure they
55.
have of me. I know Alan Souter's got one of me receiving a wooden spoon when England finished bottom at the British Internationals on the one occasion that it happened in my lifetime.
So in order for these to go public, Scott, does it mean we have to get a
85.
presidential directive to get these released, like the JFK documents?
Oh, they get released on
58.
special occasions. We don't hide them. We aren't the FBI here. But that's another story.
Well, for board information, FBI, Morris is going to be looking for a 1-3-3 to leave tops.
95.
And even if he does that, he's not assured of getting a 3-1 lead.
45. Steve, you require 98.
Tommy has every right to scratch his head. 18 darts thrown. He's not even on a 2-darter. That's not the standard he wants to throw. And Robertson's not going to get another look at double 12, which he's been leaving a lot today.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. I was thinking about it's double 12.
46.
And again, it's that
Tommy, you
awkward
require
128.
128.
You don't really want to hit the treble, but you do want to hit the big number.
84. Steve, you require
You get the
52.
feeling this is a really important exchange in this 6th game of the day. Got plenty of room to the right.
Game shot
Oh,
of full
my.
flag. Steve Robertson.
How has he squeezed that in there? That's like hitting the side netting from a
Fifth flag,
penalty
it's Steve
when the
to
keeper
throw
has gone the
first.
right way.
Game on.
Yeah, I think more likely he was aiming a little bit more to the right, but it kind of, like we said about these particular flights, it caught a bit of something and went in on the short side. But problem for Morris was he broke and then got immediately broken back, and he won't have liked that. And these are the moments where Tommy's got to kind of keep a lid on it. He's got to find somewhere to go mentally other than thinking that he hasn't done something. He's got to go somewhere else. And then he'll improve even more as a dart player. We know he's a special dart player. He's got to allow himself to be special.
139.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Scott, because it's all well and good being intense all the time, but that can have derogatory effects as well when things aren't going your way.
Yeah, we all hit, you all hit back-to-back 140s and then you hit another 140 behind it because you're with the momentum and everything else. It's when it's not quite going that way and finding that first ton, finding that first 140 when it's not quite going your way is the way that
43.
you develop your game.
The more I look at the way that Steve Robertson throws from our
59.
vantage point here, the more it reminds me of Benito van der Pas. Tall, rangy,
99.
almost kinking
You
that right
require
elbow out a little bit with a
143.
bit of a prod. It can be very effective. That'll do nicely.
98. Tommy,
Doesn't
you
get the treble he
require
wanted, but
106.
gets himself under 50 points. And Just for a second there, or should we say half a
Steve, you
second,
require 45.
Robertson was thinking I might not even get a look at 45. Definitely wants to be at the top of the board, doesn't he?
Game shot
And
on the
that's
fifth
why.
leg, Steve Robertson.
Yeah, nice tidy finish there. Those little 2-dart combos.
Sixth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Are you trying to tell me that if he goes into a fast food chain, he'll point
140.
not upwards, because he doesn't point upwards at much. He'll point straight ahead at the menu and say, I'll have the 2-dart combo.
That's exactly what he'll have. With barbecue sauce.
Now, would you like 2
81.
points with that? Well, barbecue sauce is actually a
140.
famous darting term now, isn't it? Because of the series Ted Lasso. He hits a 170 checkout in that series in a challenge match in the pub. And he refers to the
44.
bullseye as barbecue sauce.
Wow.
And he hit it as well.
60.
Your knowledge of things TV is right up there with Henry Deacon. With nonsense. But yeah, that's good. I never knew that. It's darts related. Henry comes up with stuff like that all the time.
99.
I don't watch enough
Tommy
TV, I think. That's what I've come to the
164.
conclusion.
That's because you're too busy feeding the masses.
99.
I'm feeding the barbecue sauce.
Now, this is a situation that is very different to what Tommy faced earlier on. He was dominant.
99. Tommy,
was
you
never in
require
trouble.
62.
But this is a spot where he can dig his way out of trouble.
22.
Misses tops, but does have the insurance policy of coming back.
This is an edgy sort of game where both feel that it's a winnable game for them, don't they, before they walk to the hockey. And that's what's made this a little bit more of a cagey affair.
Game shot on the sixth leg.
We go the
Sammy
distance for the first time since the first game of the day. And on that occasion,
Seventh and
we
final
saw the
leg.
person
It's
throwing
Steve to throw
second
first.
win leg
Game
7.
on.
That is what Morris finds himself in right now. Made a couple of football references in this game. I'm sure you're feeling quite smug about being an AFC Bournemouth fan today, Scott. Good weekend for your guys.
I have my cakes of cherries on top. Yes, I do.
Well, that was a cherry for Tommy. But save the cherries for the last double to go in. That's what he wants.
40.
He's not going to win 5-0. But he could win 4-3.
54.
I don't even know if we've got any Nottingham Forest fans in the building today. I think if we have, they're going to steer clear of you.
I wish we did. I really wish we did, but yes.
85.
Last couple of games, even beating Newcastle 4-1 the week before.
You guys were awesome.
140.
Just like Tommy is in this last leg decider. He looks ready to win the last 2 legs. Got to get a treble here.
59. Tommy, you
All about Morris now. Will his finishing be as polished as Robertson's shoes?
59.
Well, let's press pause for now. As I'm sure you'll remember, Morris had 62 in the previous leg and did not take it with the first chance. He might have to take the 68.
99. Tommy, you require
If he doesn't,
68.
he runs the risk of losing this match. Double 16.
52.
And he's missed that by a country mile.
Steve, you require
Yeah, threw it
78.
too quick. Usually we see Tommy step back and have a look and then go at it at his normal pace. He didn't do that. You'd expect Robertson. Oh. Talk about in between two minds there.
He finds himself off target again. And Morris
11.
gets a second bite
Tommy, you
of the cherry.
require 16.
He sure does.
Game
And he
shot
takes it.
and the
One
match.
dart, double
Tommy
16 for Morris. sees the job done. A 4-3 win for Morris. He'll be pleased with that. Jumps on to 4 points. As you can see, the way he's shaking his head there, he's over the moon with it. A win's a win, young Tommy. Steve Robertson was hanging in there, really. The man of the moment was Morris, but as you'll see from the averages, nearly 10 points higher in the averages were Morris, but 4 from 8 on the doubles. That was the difference, 50% on the checkouts. We're going to head into a short break now, and when we return with Graham Hall taking on Andreas Nikolaou.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Thank you for your continued company here in Portsmouth, and we've had a couple of rounds already. This is what we've seen. Graham Hall has had a fabulous day so far, starting with a win against Simon Whitlock and then disposing of Andy Hamilton with the darts in round number 2. But Tommy Morris has had a pretty good day as well. A somewhat turbulent game against Steve Robertson after taking out Andreas Nikolaou in game number 3. But now we turn our attention to Hall and Nikolaou. And now Andreas is still looking for his first leg of the day against what we could say is the best player of the day. Because Hall averaging 94 and a 93 average against Andy Hamilton. He is Mr. Consistent yet again on his return to the MODUS Super Series after 2 years on tour. So much for the nerves of being first day back at an old school here, Scott, because Graham has come back and has just started where he left off.
First leg, it's Graham
Yeah, I
to
couldn't
throw first.
agree more with that statement,
Game on.
Nico. He really has. He's come back, but he knows he's playing well. He knows that his levels, even though he didn't quite manage to keep hold of that card, he knows those levels are good enough.
6.
And he's a better player than when he last was here because of that experience of having those 2 years on the tour. And nice fella as well. A few times I've spoken to him, he's always been very down to earth, very nice
60.
to me anyway. But you know that he's the type of player that really does have that fire in the belly. That when it needs to get down there, get angry, roll your sleeves up and get into it. You know he's the type of player that's more than capable of doing that. That's within him, and that's inside him when he puts his foot to the hockey.
I think the encouraging thing for Graham is that he's only 35. He's got 2 years of experience from the tour, which he can now use
41.
for however he wants to move forward. And whatever happens this year, I think he will be stronger, like you mentioned, for those experiences. He did
81.
leave it just a little bit too late to keep his privileges. But the fact that he created a scenario where it was close, that's to his credit.
Yeah, totally agree. Because the easiest thing to do is fold in that situation, and that's what tells me that he has that little bit of mojo about him to fight and dig in, and he certainly has that.
60.
And over the 2 years, he did take part in 5 European Tour events, but only won 1 game
59.
in those 5 events. He beat Adam Gawlas by 6-0 in the Dutch Darts Championship in 2023, a tournament that was ultimately won by Dave Chisnell. And you can see that Hall is the much stronger player in this one. He lost out to Josh Rock in the next round of that tournament.
140.
And funnily enough,
Graham, you
Josh would go on to
require
win that
20.
tournament the following season.
Yeah, and that was a time when Josh Rock really was in his purple patch, wasn't he? He really was playing well. Broke onto the scene
10.
at a really old age of 20, it
Andreas, you
seems, these
require
days.
101.
I think Andreas has got his eyes on just getting that first leg of the day sooner rather than later. How about now?
77.
Not yet.
Graham, you require 10.
That's his 12th dart at a double today with no hits.
Game shot
And he's
on
going
the
to have to
first
wait.
leg, Graham Hall. Second leg, it's Andreas.
At which
to throw
point,
first.
if you're in Andreas'
Game on.
shoes, are you thinking, when is this leg going to come? This is a real mental test for the Cypriot.
Yeah, it is, and the longer it goes on, the harder it is to sort of overcome that
140.
little molehill that, well, it started as a molehill and turns into a mountain.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. He's got Andy Hamilton in game 10,
140.
and he's got Simon Whitlock in game 14. Oh, I do beg your pardon. He's got Steve Robertson in game 13. A lot of people with very similar initials today.
140.
It's a really peculiar thing that he does when he's finished his 3 darts, because he's in a very static position when he throws all 3 darts, Andreas. He has to do this little dance
60.
to make his way up the hockey, because he's so side on, as you can see there. If he was to move forward towards the board after dart 3, it would cause him discomfort in his knee.
108.
So he has to go to the side and then correct his body. But it works pretty well there.
Very Andy Gilding-like is the question. We picked that up last time when he was here with the ADC
41.
global stuff. And the other thing he does is he crosses the hockey to go for this side of the board as well.
33.
That might have something to do with eye dominance. He might not be able to see the left-hand side of the board as well from the left-hand side of the hockey. It does look a bit peculiar, but I can understand why he might do that. Double 4. Still looking for that first hit at a double.
No score.
Still no joy.
Graham, you require 106.
Yeah, he does it with all doubles. He gets to the double and then takes a sort of a good foot and a half over to the right.
Oh my. Graham Hall nearly takes out the 160.
8.
That would have been crushing. Andreas' chances in the early stages of this game. But he's finally got his first double and something to build on.
Yeah, Graham Hall nearly turned himself into Mariah Carey there and turned into a heartbreaker.
Third leg, it's
for Andreas Nikolaou.
Game on.
Earlier on today, I was calling Andreas
41.
a Gary Player lookalike because he's dressed in all black. Because, of course, that's what Gary Player used to do and still does.
Yeah, and ironically, Andreas' nickname is Blue.
Well, like Justin Pipe.
59.
Yeah, his nickname is Blue. So, yeah. I see him coming on to Eiffel 65 on his TV debut.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's feeling a little blue
57.
after what happened in the first couple of games. His standard wasn't good enough to contend in a group of this strength. It's going to have to be better and more consistent.
The one thing I like about Andreas is that he knows that. He knows that. I've spoken to him about this before, and he understands that if he comes off the game, he doesn't give himself a chance. So,
140.
but for him, playing from where he does on a small island, for everybody else, I'm kind of likening it to maybe the Isle of Wight or the Isle of Man, or there's only so many players during the week and during a certain amounts of time that you can play on that small province, and this is exactly the problem that Andreas is finding.
And in order to fix that, you have to be the one to travel
84.
if you are the one with the ambition, which is what Keegan Brown did, being from the Isle of Wight.
Correct. That's exactly it.
And that's what people face when they're from Iceland or the Faroe Islands, which I believe have had a bit of big news recently about hosting a very big tournament in the next couple of years.
Oh, have they? News to me.
87.
Yeah, I do believe they're going to be hosting a big team event in the next couple of years in the WDF.
Oh.
Judging by what Matthew Edgar was saying about getting to the Faroe Islands, I think you might have to get those flights booked quickly.
59.
Because they don't have many flights to the Faroe Islands.
And they're not very big planes either.
No. Well, Hall is looking for 72 more. He's not going to find them.
52. Andreas, you require 140.
He'll expect to come back. And he will return. On his doubles today, he's been very reliable.
Graham,
4 out of 9
40.
in his first game. 4 out of 7 in the game after that. This one, not as good.
30.
And he might find himself
Andreas, you
behind.
require 40.
And this is for a break of throw as well. Who saw this coming?
A
break of throw it is.
Andreas Nikolaou.
Graham gave him the chance, and that chance he has taken.
4th flag. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
When you look at that table and what is on it, it's amazing how things have changed over the years. Dart cases used to be really small. Now, they're the size of suitcases.
100.
Yeah, they used to take about 6 flights, a couple of stems, a set of darts, and now Yeah, I did comment about Andreas having a dart case bigger than my suitcase. I know I was
22.
exaggerating a little, but yes, when he was here with the ADC Global Challenge, but no, it's a very popular thing now. But then darts accessories have kind of gone through the roof in the last 25 years
41.
to what you used to be able to buy with them. You know, it was always there. The scope was always there for it to expand. Some of the things we see, you look at them and go, really? But
100.
some of the things you see, you think, yeah, what a great idea.
I can say from my experience that when I moved to Australia, that was the first place I saw someone who had a dart case
58.
with a handle. And they would carry these dart cases around like handbags. And I thought they were lunch boxes at first. But then, if you want to take it one step further, someone who was playing
81.
in this group, Simon Whitlock, if you stare into his darts bag, it's like staring into the upside down in Stranger Things. You don't know what's in there.
98.
But one of those bags is a bit like the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. There's no end to the bag. It just stuff keeps coming out.
Yeah, like Mary Poppins' handbag. She pulls out a lamp.
42.
Now, this is a great spot now for Andreas. He's got a 1 dart lead. And if he wants to get his first win of the day, this is a situation he can use. But he must not try too hard to get there.
No, and the only thing you can say here is Graham Hall has really lost his way here as the G-man. Everything's now getting to him a little bit. Or is it? I think obviously there was a
100.
slight noise at the table there from Andreas.
144.
When you're up there and it's going wrong as a dart player, you know, if somebody drops a dart behind you, you think, oh, he's done that to put me off. When, no, people do
56.
actually drop stuff. It is a run-of-the-mill, but you're not thinking that
156.
up on that hockey. You're thinking, he's done that on purpose, he's done that to me, and it does frustrate you.
And this is one quiet room. This is something that Graham maybe has forgotten over the last couple of years, just how quiet this room can be.
88.
He could be 3-1 down here to the Cypriot. If he finds the bull.
63.
Close call.
Graham, you require 56.
Double top.
Game shot on the
Nothing
full flag.
shoddy about
Graham
that.
Hall.
You can see how frustrated he is with this game. His standard has dropped by about 15 points from his previous
Fifth flag.
efforts.
It's Graham to throw first.
But he's now got his throw back,
Game on.
and now he could maybe kick on the same way that Whitlock did against Nikolaou earlier. You just look at the way that flight
81.
of G-Man's twists when it comes back towards his jawline. It's almost hypnotic. The more you look at it, the more beautiful it is.
$135.
This is what I'm talking about right here. When the dart comes back, that twist. It's a beautiful thing. Right there. He does that so he gets the dart in his fingertips the way he wants it.
100.
Very similar to Mervyn King.
$140.
Because Graham was coming off the tour from 2024. He had an automatic pass to stage 2 of Q School. Unfortunately for him, he had his best day on the first day where he made the
96.
last 16, where he lost out to eventual qualifier Adam Paxton, who won himself a week here last year. On the first day, he beat Charlie Manby and Ted Everts and Mike Warburton, some
96.
great players there. But would eventually lose out in his second game of the day, the following 2 days, then the first game of the last day of Q School, meaning
44.
it was all said and done
Andreas, you require 130.
by the middle of the afternoon on the 12th of January. Should go for a 12 here.
90.
Going for the 20 there would have been a huge risk. Got to give Andreas a bit of credit here because
140.
he's seen his opponent's
Andreas, you require
output
40.
decrease by over 10 points. Compared to the last match, Nikolaou's has gone up by 20. And he's 3-2 up.
Leg. Andreas Nikolaou.
Got to be honest, Scott, I didn't see this coming. I thought Graham Hall would
Game on.
have a field day. And he's doing anything but that.
Yeah, Andreas has got this kind of level in his game, and we saw this on the first day that he came here. He really hit the ground running.
140.
And kind of once he gets that belief in him, he really has a good game in him, and he's going to be the leader of the kind of Cypriot darts movement, you feel. One, because of his age, and two, because he can throw, and he's gaining experience now elsewhere other than what's going on in his own country. And
120
from Limassol, he's really doing everybody proud here in this one.
$140.
Still retains the throw here. And he's using it very, very well.
80.
That is a really great dart for Graham. Even though Andreas is first to a finish, and it could win him the match, that dart on the floor really is a benefit to Graham if he can use it.
Yeah, an 80
85.
floor that he couldn't
Andreas, you require
avoid.
160.
Unfortunately. All about the adjustment here. Didn't quite
Graham, you require
get through the gap, but he's on a 2-dart combo. It is the highest of the 2-dart combos. Graham Hall now on 155 to save himself. Not quite to be. If we go back up the top, 76 left.
It really was a lot to ask.
139. Andreas, you require
But if you're not going to take it out,
100.
the next best thing is to leave the double. Another one to win.
Wow. On the match.
What a great performance from the Cypriots. A beautiful finish as well at the end with 2 doubles. And he's already seen that done against him today. So he's off the mark in the middle portion of our schedule. And that's a really good upward trend in standard. A bad performance against Whitlock, but there, a mid-80s average and his best finish to get it done by 4 legs to 2. When we come back, it's going to be Andy Hamilton up against Morris. A tale of 2 different paces in that one.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow.
Thank you for joining us once again. It's time for Tommy Morris to take on Andy Hamilton. Two very different motives here, but maybe the same in one sense. They want to get the win, but for very different reasons. Tommy Morris wants to be the undefeated player after 3 rounds of play. Andy wants to get back on the winning horse after putting in the best performance of the day against Steve Robertson in Game 2. With that marvellous 145 checkout at the end. But he did stumble against Graham Hall in Game 4, so he wants to get
First
back
leg, it's Andy to throw first.
on level terms
Game on.
with Hall and Morris, meaning that only Steve Robertson would be lacking points at the end of Game 8. This is the middle game of the day, and it will be the case tomorrow as well. We thought that Graham Hall was a heavy favourite in the previous game. It turns out that wasn't the case in the end, Scott. So who's the favourite in this one?
45.
I think this one would be evens, I think. If you ask me as a bookmaker.
And what we do have to say is if you are having a little bit of a flutter, just remember to gamble responsibly. It's over 18s only, and gambleaware.org for more information.
108.
Well, Tommy had a very tumultuous time of it against Steve Robertson in Game 6, but he did prevail in the end against the throw. And that's what he's looking to do once again. So back-to-back games against the darts.
55.
If he wins them both, he's going to be feeling very chipper.
60.
And that's what I mean about the tale of two different paces in this game. Tommy just wants to get on with things, but Andy has a very stringent and strict process.
123.
Yeah, and it's not gamesmanship, it's just his way. This is how he does it.
100. And you require 83.
So does he get a shot at double 16 or the bullseye? Might be neither. But it is the middle of the board.
45.
Nobody's pinned it yet.
Tommy, you
so
require
far today.
116.
No, it seems very elusive at the moment.
How is tops?
Game shot
Not
on the first
elusive
leg.
at all.
Tommy Morris. Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
tell us a little bit more about what Tommy was doing before he exploded onto the scene then, Scott, because
140.
whatever Tommy does this week, it's going to be all your fault.
Yeah, mainly. Yeah, unfortunately. No, look, Tommy's been around for, like I say, the family all play darts. He's been around for a while, and
96.
he was very good at a young age. They're talking about Luke Littler being good at 10 and 11 years old.
82.
Tommy was very good at that age as well. And he's just sort of life's got in the way for Tommy, really. He came all through the sort of county youth system and stuff while Dorset still had a youth system, and he was playing superbly there, and
26.
he was the wee lad amongst it all, and sort of came through to the end. But it's just, he's got a couple of kids, the
99.
same as anything. Life just gets in the way, and he's married with a couple of kids, and the timing just hasn't been right. Sometimes, the stuff off the board can get in the way of the stuff on the board, and he wasn't in a position to quite being as clinical as he is now. So the travel then was just not on the horizon. It was not on the board, and an appearance here one day, and he came in as a spare when somebody was not very well, and well, the rest is history. Really, everybody knows who he is now.
And it just goes to show as well that if you are a young player, and I'm talking about really young, you still need vehicles to perform.
98.
And that's what's
Tommy
changed in the last 10
80.
years. He has the luxury of using the 16s.
48.
He's left himself 2 of them. Showing a little bit of board management there, Tommy, which I very much admire.
Yeah, something he's added to his game by watching everybody else, and this is a good visit here
108.
to add the pressure.
Tommy require 32.
The old dead cat shot.
Game shot on the second leg.
But I don't see a dead cat anywhere, which is a good thing.
Pressure for tyres.
Third leg, it's Andy to throw first.
I love that one.
Game on.
Or unless I'm sat on your lap.
I just asked the guys who were playing in the championship games last night about pressure. It's going to be Philadelphia against Kansas City and New Orleans in 2 weeks' time for the Super Bowl. And penny for the thoughts of Josh Allen this morning at the Buffalo Bills. I am positive he is sick of the sight of that Kansas City defense. What could have been if Kincaid had taken that catch? At the end, it might have been the Bills going to the Super Bowl. And we have our own Super Bowl at the MODUS Super Series coming at the end of April. Somebody wants to be the Series 10 champ.
Yeah, they were 2 cracking. Well, the AFC final and the NFL final, aren't they? They were finals in themselves, but the two winners go to the grand final. Obviously, being the Super Bowl and the razzmatazz that goes on for 2 weeks before that is played.
41.
I don't think I've ever looked at a running back the way I've looked at Saquon Barkley this year for Philadelphia. He is just not human.
60.
Slippery little customer, isn't he?
And you require
very, very quick. He's as quick as Tommy is at darts. So if Andy Hamilton was going to be categorized as an NFL quarterback, I would put him in the bracket of another Buffalo Bills player, in Jim Kelly.
Require 161.
Yeah, going back a bit, but yes, absolutely.
Didn't quite get the ring,
78.
but was in the dance.
And you require 40.
Yeah, well put. That is exactly right. So the hammer here with a chance to put his first leg on the board in this one.
30.
Things seem to have slipped
Tommy, you require
since that first game
83.
where he was 4 out of 11 on the doubles. Is he made to pay for that miss? Another pause and a bullseye.
58.
Well, they're getting closer.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the
Andy
closest we've come. Yeah, I think we
required
did have a bullseye earlier. Somebody went for a bullseye to leave the 32. I think it was Graham Hall, actually. And hit the bullseye, missed the
Games on the
32.
third leg, Andy Hamilton.
Hammer needs no second invitation.
Fourth leg, it's
That was
Tommy
just to
to
hold a throw.
first. Game on.
And that's how Morris has got to start thinking about these situations. Not that he's lost the leg, not that, just about the leg in general. And this is what we're talking about when you get your match head on and your preparation during the game and your thoughts during the game in the right place. Yes, it's nice to get a dart to break the throw, but you can't really harbour on about it. It's more important to hold your throws to give you more opportunities.
140.
He really wanted to have a crack at the 9 darter, didn't he? He's going to have to settle for 181 after 6.
$37.
It's becoming a bit of a thing now. People saying, I've got a 9 darter on that stage.
100.
Well, I haven't been saying it, I can tell you that.
Yeah, Steve West's got a couple. We're not going to get another one from Darrell Pilgrim in the next couple of years because he is finally made his way to the tour on a full-time basis.
Yeah, we've developed him and moved him on.
Bullseye again.
41.
Didn't want it. Didn't want the flashy 12 darter. I know it's the right thing to do, but sometimes you just think, couldn't you just hit the bullseye?
Yeah, caught our spotter out there because he usually is one that goes for the shot. Once again, doing the sensible thing. His opponent back on 300.
Tommy require 40.
That is a really good 13 dart leg there for Tommy. Andy is averaging 90, and Tommy is playing with the hammer.
Andy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's on basically what you call just shy of a 99 average. Is Morris? It's cigarette papers width shy of 99.
80.
I try to pay attention to the smallest details of players. Because let's face it, we have 104 games in a weekly campaign. We've got plenty of time to look at things. Now, in previous campaigns, I've seen Tommy Morris wear a pair of trainers that have become very fashionable with dart players, with a nice shiny bit at the back. They're not for everybody. But he's not wearing them here this week. He's changed to something else.
100.
Something very comfortable. I hate to say in my day, it seems like the precursor to the fact that you're a little bit more seasoned than others. But we weren't allowed those in our day.
And that's been a recent change, I can tell you.
101.
You've got to find a formula that works. Whether it's doing that to leave 140 for the match,
140.
changing shoes, changing flights, which is something Tommy's also done in the last 6 months. And he will get that chance to end this game with a Rob Cross.
45.
302 in 6.
Tommy require 140.
Famously done to win the world title in 2018.
41.
And that did not work out well.
Nah, he tried to force it through the gap, didn't he? And sometimes it's better to come out for the clear target.
Might stay on the 19s. Sensible play, that. That's a very Chris Dobie thing to do.
55. Tommy require
He's going to be in
99.
Premier League darts this year. Tommy's looking for tops twice. And
19.
went for tops twice. And
you require 40.
silly Tommy.
Possibly you go for it a little bit on the underside, don't you? So that if you do miss it, you're not really scorning a chance. And should this go in the 15?
Game
It hasn't. It's gone in the double 15. All about Morris's throw now.
Sixth leg, it's Tommy to throw first.
Yeah,
Game
had
on.
that been a big 15 and Morris sat there on 80, you could say that it kind of wouldn't have worked for him, but sensibly this time round coming out. Surprised me there. He had a treble 20 in and he went for the gap on the short side and not the long side of the treble 20.
77.
This is the kind of game where Hamilton can inch his way back into it if you make big enough
100.
mistakes. Notice how he doesn't go into the exclusion zone until he's absolutely ready.
$85.
Oh, this is definitely a match-winning position now for Tommy. It's not about protecting this position.
80.
It's about moving forward with the right kind of stuff that you've used in this game to get the 3 legs you've already got.
Yeah, and you feel that if Hamilton can just nick this one away from Morris, then it's momentum with him with the darts in the last. So
77.
for Morris, this is a massive, massive leg.
6.
And you can see he's kind of thinking a little bit as he's throwing. You can see it. Whereas when he's throwing really rhythmically and not thinking, it's a split second quicker, isn't it? And the dart is more direct.
You can almost see from the way they perform their actions
92.
that Tommy thinks about 16 times as quick as Andy does.
100.
Andy is meandering around the stage
Andy, you require
like he's always done.
170.
But Tommy, if he was allowed to, he'd probably run. Andy has had a 170 on this stage before. He's not going to get another one just now. But Tommy is about to get a match-winning chance.
134. Tommy, you require 81.
And this is for top of the table after 3 rounds.
Double 13, isn't it?
55.
That wire moved.
Andy, you require 36.
He thought that was good. It wasn't quite. We might have to go the distance.
That is a lovely dart
18.
to bounce off, and it went off the wrong side.
Tommy, you require 26.
Hamilton cannot believe his luck here.
Splitsville for double 4.
22.
And that's
Andy, you
always that problem with
require
that double
18.
13 situation, isn't it? Going that way.
That's a good point. As we now look at double 4 for Hamilton. Can he rescue the situation?
Game shot on the 6th.
He does so
leg.
very,
Andy
very well.
Hamilton.
All the way we go, and
7 from
Hamilton's got the
final
darts.
leg. It's
All of the
Andy to throw
advantage
first.
that Morris created for
Game on.
himself, it seems to have withered away. But let's talk about 26 left. If you hit the single 13 and you want to leave double 4 with your last dart, if your darts sit up the way that Hamilton's do and the way Tommy's do,
140.
you're going to have a dart in the way of your eye line.
Yeah, my
100.
point. And he went back that way. Maybe he should have gone for the 9 and go down to 2s, but hindsight's a marvellous thing in this game.
We have seen in previous times, on 25, for example, Scott Williams go 13 double 6.
99.
It's interesting. But maybe 1 double 6 was an option.
85.
But I don't see him liking double 6 that much with the way his darts behave in the air, because they tend to veer left. This is getting pretty drastic for Tommy all of a sudden. What could have been 6 points in the bag, he might have to settle for 4.
180.
4 maximums in this game for the hammer.
140.
And
Andy,
2 from
require
Tommy Morris.
82.
Now we look at the bullseye at the start. Double 10. It's
62.
Hamilton's turn to push the wire.
Yeah, but he knows he'll be back with Tommy on 176. Needs another one of those treble 20s.
100.
He gave that a
Andy
bit of extra
requires
sauce, didn't
20.
he? Gave that everything. Tommy's already got the towel off the table. And he's not going to get the points because Hamilton has stolen them. A very competitive match that included 6 180s. But there were plenty of missed darts at double as well. Some key ones in leg 6 from Tommy means that he does not stay undefeated. And this is going to be another one of those weeks where someone is not going to have 15 from 15. Will that ever be done, I wonder? But Morris, with the better average in that one, doesn't get the result. It's Hamilton that goes to 4 points himself. So to end round number 3, it's going to be Simon Whitlock, and he's up against Longshanks in the next one. You don't want to miss that.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Hello, folks, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. You've got two tall gentlemen on the oche now to bring the curtain down on round number 3. But Steve Robertson still looking for his first win of the day. Wins are very hard to come by, but he may have seen Andreas Nikolaou take out Graham Hall in Game 7 and be inspired by that. He could say, in a matter of speaking, that this is an Aussie Geordie game. With an Aussie Geordie in the commentary box, with a Scotty dog as well. You get all sorts when you come down to Portsmouth.
Yeah, you do indeed.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first.
So you know more about the Australian side of darts than most of us, having not only lived out there, you were even Australian for a couple of years, weren't you, at the World Cup?
Indeed. We have seen a change of colour on the flights here for Simon. He's gone from the Aussie gold to a bit of white.
81.
He did say this morning he was going to be a bit experimental, so we shouldn't be shocked by anything he does this week. I did promise everybody that we would discuss, when Simon was next at the oche,
95.
the effect that he has had on the broadcasting of this sport in Australia.
42.
Back in 2009, when Simon was coming over to play at his first PDC World Championship in 6 or 7 years, that was a time where, just like the UK,
22.
PDC darts was shown on a satellite network. But they would show it 6 months later. So if you wanted to watch the World Championship, you'd have to wait 6 months
123.
to watch it. When Simon was making headlines at the 2010 World Championship at Ali Pali, the network decided to show the final live. And after that, they've had it live ever
95.
since. Don't tell me that Whitlock is not the biggest influence on Australian darts ever, because single-handedly, he has changed how it has been.
So effectively, it's like the Luke Littler effect in Australia back in the day. That's where it was seen first.
Some of us tried. Barry Genet, Brian Roach, Steve MacArthur. We all came to the World Championship. I made the quarterfinals in 2009. But it took an iconic dart player to make the final for the broadcast network to change their ways. And Whitlock was that icon.
97.
Now, the only thing I can comment about with Simon over the years is that every Australian dart player that comes to these shores, he helps out 110%. No matter what happens, he makes sure that they're sorted out once they get here. They either stay at his house, or they do, whether they get, if they get a tour card, they stay with him. We've seen many players looked after by Simon and given a roof to live under and given the chance to have a tour card and to have a. So he's not just influencing the watching public, he's influencing things for the players and give them opportunities as well.
85.
And I think a lot of
Simon,
players,
you required 12.
some of them will mention in the next leg, they would say exactly how grateful they are. 6.
Game shot.
A little bit of a sigh of relief there for
Simon
Captain Whitlock as he takes that 1-0 lead.
And Simon, in turn, I think, in
leg,
his
it's
days
Steve
when he
to throw
came over here first, I think
Game on.
had a lot of help from the Croft family, who were running the BDO at the time, and he was living with Ollie and for weeks at a time, until he went the PDC route and found a management company, and so we know that probably maybe
100.
the Croft's doing that for him is why he understands how difficult it is for Australians to travel, halfway around the world to try and locate a card.
Yeah, I could list the amount of players that have stayed with him over World
59.
Championship winters, like Gigi Mathers and Shane Tichevich,
Modra,
Corinne Hammond,
Rob
Modra, yeah.
I think even recently it's been Brandon and Wayne Weaning have been residents at the Hotel Whitlock.
Well, who wouldn't want the Weaning family staying at your joint?
Look, it's been great. It's been great to have them around over the last few weeks at Q School you know, bumping into Brandon and Wayne, and just an absolute
97.
proper darting family. You know, they just love it. They absolutely love it. And for Brandon to be sort of following in Dad's footsteps, shadow, whatever you want to call it,
85.
I think it's marvellous.
Simon, you require 146.
Yeah, he's got to get himself a world-class goatee beard, though, if he's going to do the full ticket. Oh, where have we seen this before?
114. Steve,
Jamie
you
Caven
require
wasn't watching that, by the way.
117.
Change of flights, change of luck. It was almost there for Whitlock.
No look needed here. Just brilliant
Eggs on the
finishing.
second leg, Steve Robertson.
That's a brilliant finish. On the back of a brilliant attempt from Whitlock.
Third leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Simon is still getting used to the 10-second gap between legs.
Yeah, for those of you watching that haven't actually played here before and don't understand, there is a 10-second delay after a double is hit and the match is called and the buttons are hit to calculate, culminate, regulate, whatever you want to do with all the numbers. They all go into this big cloud and they end up being your numbers forever. But that happens after every leg, so every dart is recorded. And there's a slight delay while the computer that has a slightly bigger brain than I do takes all the numbers in the darts.
How good was that maximum from Whitlock? It's almost like all 3 points were glued together.
I think they call it on a pinhead, wasn't it?
He has had some incredible displays in the maximum department, especially when he was in a Grand Slam match with MVG, and he had more than 20 in a match.
55. Simon, you require 134.
What route's he going to take for the 134? He's got lots of options here.
I believe that was going to be 54 tops.
Yeah, and I think that's a very bold choice, but I think people tend to forget about treble 17, double 16. You get 2 singles as well, then 60 leaves tops. It's a very neglected route.
I love the fact that you mentioned Bold and Simon Whitlock in the same sentence.
Simon, you require
Couldn't get further
56.
from the truth. But yes, I absolutely understand what you're saying. Back to the darts.
He's had a bit of a love-hate relationship with tops over the years, but he loves that one. That's a 14 darter, and this is a decent performance from Simon.
Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I keep looking at Simon there. Only ZZ Top could come and start playing darts and have more facial hair than Simon Whitlock, probably.
43.
Although Scott Waits is giving it a good crack.
Isn't he?
He's giving it a good go. Andreas Harrison. But they've both gone swimming hat on the top, those two. So they're not quite carrying the same amount of head hair.
I've never heard that saying before. I quite like that one. He's gone swimming hat. There are lots of great Australian sayings, and 99.9% of them we can't mention on the air.
100.
No, we can't mention what a thong is in the UK to what a thong is in Australia. Otherwise, everybody would be wearing flip-flops as underpants around here.
Yeah, Aussie humour's a little bit blue. And that was predominantly red from someone who was playing a little bit more competitive in this one. He's not got any points yet, Robertson. But he's causing Whitlock problems.
133.
I heard from a few people on social media at the end of last week when we announced who was playing this week, and they all said, you better watch out for Steve.
55. Simon, you require
We didn't need any warning. We know what he can do. But leaving bogey numbers is something you shouldn't really do.
104.
Especially when the Wizard's around. When was the last time somebody called him the Wizard?
I call him Skip.
Well, fair play. Yeah, I suppose you would.
Simon, you require.
Because he was my
28.
captain for years. Just call him the leader if he hits double 13, or double 14, sorry.
14.
And he can't believe he's missed it.
Stevie
He's surrounded
requires
it.
63.
And that could have been, and in his own mind, it should have been 3-1.
Now, Steve Robertson's been good at this today. Offered a little glimmer of hope and an opportunity. And no matter what his average, he tends to finish these off.
57. Simon, you require.
Not this time.
14. Game
That's a
shot on
lovely
the full
dart.
flag.
Double 7
Simon
is
Whitlock.
very perilous for someone with that angle of attack.
And no return of the Mac on this
Fifth
occasion.
flag. It's Simon
to
to
the
throw
double.
first. Game on.
If you go back through the years, especially when Simon was in the Premier League, you might think
59.
his dart shirt hasn't changed. Well, it hasn't. He just gets fresh ones printed. But he doesn't want to change the design.
119.
Well, it's a bit like a football club saying, do you know what? We really like this shirt, and we're not going to change it for 15 years.
108.
Yeah, that's true. That is very true. But I think with Simon, it's kind of synonymous to being him. There's a few players that change very rarely. MVG has now recently started changing the style of his shirt a little bit, but he went years and years without changing. Whether it's superstition, whether it isn't, I don't know. You know, Gary Anderson's has hardly changed. I mean, with everybody wearing these breathable sort of materials now and space-age fabrics, Gary's the material and the linen that he uses has never changed either. So some I think it's superstition. I think it's but some I think are pretty
83.
open-minded that every year it should change and we'll do something different.
Good start. Needs a 60. And a tops.
170.
Sensational effort. But now he has to run the risk of losing 4-1.
Simon, you require 135.
Starting the bull. What a marker that is if he gets the 60.
86.
He gave it plenty. He's trying to knock it in off the flight, I think.
Require 40.
Yeah, he gave himself the option there by being to one side of the ball, didn't he? But
Game shot on the fifth flag.
once
Steve
again,
Robertson.
Steve Robertson gets a little opportunity, puffs his cheeks out.
Sixth flag. It's Steve to throw first.
He's still there, and he's
Game
been
on.
around, like you say. He's no spring chicken, and I don't mean that in a rudest of way. I mean it in an experienced way. This ain't his first rodeo. It might be the first time you've seen him here,
60.
but he's been playing the top players of the land for quite a long time now.
And it's taken something as revolutionary as the MODUS Super Series to give players like Steve Robertson this kind of chance. Because some people don't have the luxury of travelling circuits. They need circuits to come to them to give them the opportunity to go to something like this, which is where the ADC comes in.
100.
Yeah, absolutely love that. Perfect scenario, perfect explanation. That is exactly how it is. And we've all known people over the years that we play in, and you
6.
just opportunity hasn't come their way, or, you know, they can't get the time from work, and so work and family is the main thing, and darts becomes that hobby that nearly almost became a job. And
60.
I think, that's perfectly put. These situations are really good, and we're seeing players that we don't always see on these circuits, even the ones that are still remain in the UK.
59.
It's not a cheap sport to chase around once you start including hotels and food and travel. It's not the cheapest to do.
Especially for people with a working class background
122.
who have very honest jobs and all they want is a chance.
Yeah, maybe a middle class fan base these days within the darts, but the players 99% of the time are working class background.
Well, this is a first-class performance on the maximums for Whitlock. He's got 4. Second game in a row that we've seen 4
59.
maximums from a player.
Simon, you require 142.
And Simon wants that to be his last one. $122, and for some reason I thought he was going to go for the bullseye with that second dart.
78. Steve, you require
I was wrong,
100.
but his third dart was very right. Just misses the tops. So Whitlock has a chance to win by 4 legs to
Simon,
2.
you require 64.
After losing his first game by 4 legs to 3 and then picking up a 4-0 victory, this would take him to 4 points if he finds it. Not quite.
48. Steve, you require
I thought Robertson
6.
would go the old-fashioned route there, treble 20 for double 10. The treble was wide open, but we know his darts go in quite flat for the height that he is. And that's an advantage when you're going for 60 because his first dart is not in the way.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
And
Steve
once again, he
Robertson.
digs deep with the last dart to save it. So Whitlock once again finds himself at 3-3.
7th and
He's had
final
one
leg. It's
match
Simon
like this
to throw
earlier
first. Game on.
against Andreas, I think it was.
47.
But he kept getting himself over the line in that one, Whitlock. Kept offering opportunities and kept getting himself over the line. This time round, he's not kind of been doing that and finds himself at
43.
3-3 as he did in his first match of the day against Graham Hall.
One of the consolations for Whitlock is that the last time Robertson was in a last leg decider, he lost out
134.
to Tommy Morris. And it's the same situation for both. When Whitlock lost by 4 legs to 3, he had the darts. When Robertson lost 4-3, he didn't have the darts. So something's got to change here.
$23.
We saw the reaction from Simon on that first dart, and we know that with his setup, he's always trying to find perfection. And when it doesn't go kind of his way on the board, and he's aiming at a treble 20 and he misses by that far, you can see it affect him inside.
$96.
That's a little bit better. He's got a visit lead here, but for how long? Not for too long. He's got somebody on his tail.
100.
And I don't mean his ponytail. But great players, when the pressure is on, they find an extra gear.
123.
I'm not really sure why he went for treble 13 then. I think he's trying to figure it out himself.
140. Simon, you require
I think there was a
78.
slight miscount there from Whitlock.
I'd have to agree. Well, this is interesting.
Game shot and the match.
Hand on
Simon
heart,
Whitlock.
has anybody seen that before? Can't say that I have, but Whitlock is the doctor of darts, and he does have a bag of tricks. Well, cast a spell that we've never heard or seen. Well, it wins, and it gets him 2 valuable points. It was a bit of a battle in the end, but Whitlock wins by 4 legs to 3 on this occasion, and now that's the end of round number 3, and everybody knows what they can potentially do for the rest of the day.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Thanks for joining us once again. And this is what we've seen so far today. A very competitive group, but only Steve Robertson has not got a win so far today. Not for the lack of trying, because he's lost his last 2 games by 4 legs to 3. And we've just seen Simon Whitlock pick up his second win of the day by that 4-3 scoreline. So nobody is disgracing themselves. Even though Robertson doesn't have any points yet, he's been involved in 2 really good scraps. But Whitlock, by hook or by crook, he is at the top now. As you can see, he's on the same legs won and leg difference as Tommy Morris, but on the same points as Hall and Hamilton. Nikolaou, he's got his first win, and now he's looking to get his second against Andy Hamilton right now as we go into round number 4. England versus Cyprus. In what other sports would you see that? Maybe tennis?
Yes, possibly football if the right draw went that way.
I wouldn't talk about football with Andy Hamilton today, because even though his beloved Manchester United got a 1-0 victory against Fulham yesterday, they're in a position in the table, much like Spurs, that they don't like to see. So I think Andy would rather focus on the darts. He has actually been to Carrington to meet Sir Alex Ferguson and the crew. That was back when he was in the Premier League. I'm sure he remembers that day fondly. I wonder what he would make of Ruben Amorim and the Marcus Rashford saga at the minute.
First. Game on.
You won't catch many people with sympathy at the minute, Andy, I'm afraid. You guys have had your halcyon days. It's time you spend some time in the bottom half, like most of us have for the majority of our time.
Yeah, back in my heyday, Mr. Eddie Howe invited me down to Bournemouth, and I put up the dartboard in the players' sort of area where the training stuff is and where they all eat and everything, and their sort of games area. I went down and put a dartboard up. When I say put it up, when I got there, they had a dartboard up, It was a Champions Choice board, and the other one could work out why nobody could hit a ton within the footballing ranks at the Cherries back then. But we're talking sort of around the time 13, 14, 15 that I
134.
went and visited. Very nice too.
He did a fabulous job at Bournemouth. I was reading a book recently about his ascent from playing for the local team here in Portsmouth. And he also played for Bournemouth,
57.
but got thrust into being a coach and also to being the manager. He did a fabulous job, and it just goes to show that if you've got the right management around you and you make good choices, you can go anywhere in sport.
58.
He's just one of those with a very good footballing brain, is Eddie Howe, and just an amazingly fantastic person. I remember him shaking me by the hand in 2015 and saying, "Well done for putting us on the sporting map here around our area," and that was just a lovely thing to do and say, and he didn't need to. And I shook his hand and said, "Don't you worry about that. We're winning this championship this year, I'm telling you." He said, "I think it's a bit out of our way." I said, "I think Watford are going to slip up." And 2 weeks later, Bournemouth won the championship and went up to the Prem.
125.
Good things come to those who wait. And that's especially true here at the MODUS Super Series. Because you just have to remain competitive on Monday. Make a move on a Tuesday, and then go for the throat on a Wednesday.
74. Andreas, you
You can't really win it on the Monday, but you can certainly lose it on the Monday.
Absolutely right. Well, Andreas has got his tail up here because he won his previous game. And he's starting to hit doubles as well.
Andreas Nikolaou.
After beating Graham Hall, which was a
Second
massive
leg.
surprise.
To throw first.
Hall was undefeated to that point, and Nikolaou hadn't even won a leg. It's almost as if somebody's rebooted him, and now he's performing like a quantum computer.
Just have a look at little running averages on the first 3 matches with these guys. We see Graham Hall out top with 90.91. And Hammer is right behind him on 90.75. Morris is there with 89.62. We're talking sort of cigarette paper width between those 3, and then it drops off to Whitlock, Robertson, and then Nikolaou at the bottom. But we know that averages don't mean a great deal. It's all about
93.
What's on the scoreboard in these league tables. And we know at the end of the week or end of this 3 days, you know, a good leg difference can be worth a point.
43.
The only thing we are assured of in this round of play is that somebody is going to get to 6 points. We don't know if that's going to be Hamilton. We don't know if that's going to be Hall. But we know it will be Morris or Whitlock. That's the only guarantee in round 4 on Monday. But there is a scenario in this round where Nikolaou could get to 4 points with Hamilton.
140.
Robertson could beat Hall and get to 2 and keep Hall at 4, and then everything is congested after that. Really good cover shooting there from Hamilton. He will expect to take care of that 48. His doubles today have been pretty good.
108.
But maybe not as good as he would like. He was only 4 from 15 in his previous match. He'd like to be a little bit sharper than that, especially off the back of the max from Nikolaou.
40.
And that shows how big a visit that was from Nikolaou. He really is finding his feet again now. It's taken him a couple of games, hasn't it? But does the sensible thing. Oh, lovely finish.
Andreas Nikolaou.
What a 5 darts that was from him to 18 in 5. Not too shabby at all
Andreas to throw first.
for the Cypriot thrower.
You and I, Scott, have spent a great deal of time together over the last few years. We've talked a lot about domestic darts. But I think when I'm sitting in my rocking chair at the age of 70
60.
and conversing with maybe yourself or some other dart players about yesteryear, we will talk about the 2020s and how the game changed globally. We're seeing more world-class players from little-known countries than ever before. Lithuania, Latvia, Poland. There are other examples out there. And some nations haven't even started yet.
No, and it goes down to one thing, and that's the watchability of it on TV, the way that it is now being portrayed on TV, the prize money that's coming into the game, and just the coverage of darts as a sport. You know, there are many other sports that would love to have the type of coverage that darts gets. And I mean, when I say that, we're blanket covered. There's disability darts, there's youth girls, youth boys. It doesn't matter what you are, you can throw a dart. And I don't think there are many sports that happens for as well. So you can entice people in as well. It's just, we're just at a position again. It's like being in the mid-'80s again in its popularity. And yes, we will be sat there and going, yeah, this is a point where it turned again.
Just think about the money that Alex Small yielded on Saturday night. Players like Alec, who aren't full-time. Just imagine what having 5,000 extra pounds can do for your year. Gives you the opportunity of getting more, and he will have an opportunity for more in late April when he comes back for Champions Week.
Are we going to be two bitter and twisted old men that said we came along 10 years too early, though, while we're sat in our rocking chairs?
Nah, I don't think so.
I definitely am. Definitely. I'm going to go glass half empty on that one. No chance.
59. And you
well, if I do, you can call me out on it, I promise. Might be a small 20 here. That's the risk. But it's a risk he's willing to take.
20. Andreas, you require 138.
Oh, this would be unbelievable. Trying to leave double 19.
58.
Or in his case, not. He decided 40. That he did not want to do that, come what may. No small 20 needed this time. Needs a big tops. Now his doubles are not to his liking.
Game shot
but that one is
Andy Hamilton.
Typical tenacity from Andy.
Fourth flag. It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
He shed a few pounds over the last year or so as Andy for his own health and for his darting longevity. Still got a lot to offer the game.
140.
You look at players like Andy and you think, when he wakes up in the morning, you know just how much hunger he's got. And I have to admire that.
Yeah, I certainly do. And I think
140.
The shedding of his weight to give him longevity, I think, is really good. There's always a patch in that section where you're working on things off the board where you don't always quite play
121.
To your better ability. But I think now that side of things for him, he's got himself to where he wants to be. And I see his game is turning that corner again and heading in an upward spiral 74. Rather than sort of plateauing out.
If things go the way that he wants, he might even become one of the oldest players to have ever played at Alexandra Palace.
134.
Or a Lakeside. Or even here. But in order to be the oldest person to have played here, he's going to need to keep playing for another 12 or 13 years.
50,
because
sir.
Someone who is a little bit more senior than him is going to play this week, and that's Martin Adams. It's not the end of the world getting a 5 there. It's just not what he wanted. 24 scored. Leaves 82. And that has not worked out very
34.
well.
No, he'd like the 25 minimum requirement there, wouldn't he? But didn't quite go. He was only just outside the outer bull, as they call it in Holland.
41. And he requires 72.
This is old school. Not many people go this route anymore.
52.
Wow, just underneath. He's got time on his side, though, to draw level. He was in trouble at 2-0 down.
59. And he required 20. Game shot on the full
Nothing
flag.
troublesome
Andy
about that.
Hammer.
That's a wonderful double 10 right in the middle.
Fifth flag. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
It's been full of twists and turns today. Where is the next twist or turn going to take us? It's been a bit chilly in Portsmouth, obviously, because it's winter. But back in Cyprus, it's a cosy 17 degrees. So I wouldn't be surprised if Andreas is feeling a little chilly on the stage.
Yeah, a couple of us were doing exhibitions out in Cyprus back in
58.
November 2013, and we were out there in shorts and T-shirts. It was blissful. It was lovely. And then I landed back in Heathrow, I think it was, and yeah, my car was covered in
58.
snow.
Yeah, darts is not one of those sports that follows the nice weather like the golfers. Beginning of January, they go to Hawaii.
90.
DP World Tour golfers go to Abu Dhabi and Dubai and Bahrain and places like that. And then they go to Scotland in the middle of the summer. And they're wearing woolly hats.
60.
Well, if you did hear something in the background just now
96.
that did rattle the players a little bit, it's because it's hammering it down.
Yeah, you can hear it. There is a thunderstorm right above us.
43.
And there's a hammer on the stage as well, looking to put the hammer down on his Cypriot opponent. Don't worry, everybody. It's not cricket. Rain will not stop play here.
Yeah, we've got the covers on.
100.
It's how long the covers can withstand the rain.
I do believe our referee, Jack Garwood, is a big cricket fan, so if somebody gets to 4 legs here, he can do the old waving of the hand for a 4.
78. And you require 117.
I'm firmly holding the rubber part of my microphone just in case the lightning does strike the building.
Double top.
77.
That's a good 2 centimetres too high. And Andreas is a good 32 points above where he wanted to be. Wanted to be in the finishing zone, which he is definitely in now.
100. And you require 40.
He's been very patient in this game. Double 10 again. Does it work again?
20.
Well, it doesn't.
Andreas, you
And
require
Andreas has not missed a
102.
dart at a double in this contest. If he can get a big treble, he has a chance to make it 3 out of 3 on the doubles. Well, it's double 11.
80.
And he's missed that by a country mile.
And you require 20.
He's had a shot at double 10 more than any double on the board
Game shot
today,
of
and it
fifth
gives him a
leg,
3-2
Andy
lead.
Hamilton. Sixth leg, it's Andy to throw first. Game on.
Remember that Andreas was 2-0 up. Now that he's down, his mentality really will be tested now. His end match
58.
will be against Robertson. And based on the behaviours of the day, he will still believe he can walk away from this very stormy day in Portsmouth with 6 points. But he must win the next 2 legs if that ambition is to bear fruit. What's the most exotic place you've ever played darts, Scott? Because I know you've been all over the world.
Bridlington. No, I would probably down in Australia, I would have thought.
Because you played in the Australian Open at Chuka didn't you?
Yes, I did. It was just a lovely place, lovely little town, lovely little place. That was really cool. And having your breakfast with the kookaburra, sat on the fence next to you, trying to run off with your toast.
140.
You don't want to get in a fight with a kookaburra.
I just thought they were a cricket bat. I didn't know they were a real thing. And they had I knew they were a bird, but I didn't realise they were. I mean, the beaks on them are just horrendously strong, aren't they?
They are very, very cute.
45.
But they are vicious.
And there were birds over there that I was seeing in the trees that you only see in sort of zoos here in the UK. It was a very strange thing for me to try and get my head round.
And he's been to Australia as well. He did an exhibition with Simon Whitlock and Michael Van Gerwen and yours truly at what is now known as Marvel Stadium. We did that in front of 3,000 people on the Oval. That was a great experience. Had the chance to go around some of my local haunts with Andy.
140.
And also went to a very
Andy,
good winery
106.
in the Yarra Valley. They were the days. Well, this could be Andy's day. If he takes out 86 more. Are we going to go the distance?
Andreas,
for the 3rd time in a row and the 4th time in 5 matches. It's looking good. And that's what we're going to do.
6th leg, Andreas Nikolaou. 7th and final leg, it's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
Well, he is constantly blowing on his darts and his hand. Maybe showing a few signs of feeling a bit chilly, which we can completely understand. When you play in different climates that you're not used to, you have to adapt.
59.
Yeah, you sure do. And it's something that we likened it to, I think it was a Federer sort of warm up before his serve. He had a routine when he was here last, and we likened it to that. He has a little routine before the leg starts. Does Andreas, and that doesn't ever change. It doesn't ever change.
96.
Do you know where Roger Federer was born?
Do you know what? I know it. Is it? It's a little town outside of Basel, isn't it?
81.
He was born in South Africa.
Was he? See, now I've played in the Swiss Open, a little town outside of Basel, and there was like the Roger Federer courts and all the rest of it.
Yeah, he's hugely involved with
139.
that part of Switzerland. It's always fascinating looking at people's backstory. And that's what we're going to bring you with some of our dart players over the next series, because we're going to have our tungsten talks with some of the bigger names, like Andy Hamilton, like Simon Whitlock, And we've got some big surprises coming your way over the next few months, so stay tuned to the social feeds of the MODUS Super Series and to all of the coverage on Pluto TV.
96.
And if you haven't seen it already, we've released a pretty good chat with Richie Burnett, which is definitely worth a watch. To say that interview was honest is a bit of an understatement.
100. Andreas, you require 111.
Now, is Hamilton going to suffer defeat to Nikolaou? It looks likely. Or is there going to be one last twist? That's a great layup.
79.
Yeah, kept do-si-doing across the yockey with each dart. It was another few inches throw, another few inches throw, and then just when you think he's going to go back to the left and throw where he normally does, he went further right and hits a treble 14.
Well, one thing he has measured really well is how much water he needs to drink in the game, because he's got none left. And he wants to have no points left either. This could honestly be the biggest win of his life. Because he's just beaten a former world finalist.
Andreas Nikolaou.
And he's just got himself onto 4 points with Andy Hamilton and Simon Whitlock and Tommy Morris and Graham Hall. It's easy to say there's carnage in Portsmouth because there's a bit of a storm outside, but there's a very bit of a stormy look on the stage as well. Because now Nikolaou is part of the conversation. Well, who's going to be part of the conversation after game 11? Because Robertson, still looking for his first points, now takes on Hall.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Welcome back to a very stormy Portsmouth, and I'm not just talking about the weather outside of the live lounge, because on the stage, it's about as easy to predict as a hurricane in 1987. Not easy at all, because we've got 5 players on 4 points, and only Steve Robertson, who is yet to score. But if he was to beat Graham Hall here, it's as close as it could possibly be, with 1 and a bit rounds to go. A fabulous first day of week 2. And Andreas Nikolaou really has got himself off the canvas and is now firmly part of the conversation. Do we dare try and predict the winner of this one, Scott Mitchell?
No, I don't think we should.
First
I know
leg,
we're
Steve to
being
throw
paid for an
first.
opinion. Let's have an opinion as it goes on, but this has been a really kind of strange group, and one where people are very much trying to find their feet. One that looks most in control is probably Tommy Morris, and he lost his last game. And then you look at the next one and think, yeah, the Hammer looks in control. Oh, hang on a minute. He's now lost his last game. Graham Hall did the same, and he's got to sort of stop thinking and start throwing, I think, is the answer for Graham. Because he really did drop off his average in that one that he lost. And he's got to avoid that. But the amount of games that you play here in Group 8, 15 games, you're not going to play your best game every one. It's just not possible. But in our dart playing mentality, we believe it is. And we get disappointed when we don't.
42.
Well, it does look as if the dropping off of the average in his previous game wasn't that bad for Hall. But if you look at the early exchanges in that match, maybe the first 3 legs,
41.
he was a good 15 points adrift of what he'd been doing previously in the day. So maybe what is happening here for Hall is he's just rekindling what kind of
6
things he needs to be able to play 5 games in this format, because he hasn't done it in a while.
Yeah, and what it did for Nikolaou, who played him in that game, it gave him hope, it gave him opportunity, and gave him a little bit of spark where there was nothing there. It's funny how when a player is leading, that it changes the whole effect and mindset of how he's playing.
127.
Somebody's actually hit the bullseye. Something that we haven't seen a great deal today, but it wasn't to finish the leg.
45.
It was just to set up a shot that requires the bull again.
32.
Does he need the bull at the end? He would have had the option.
60.
It's a very individual style that G-Man has. Almost gets himself into position, then there's the twist, and he throws the dart with not just his arm, but there's a bit of upper body as well.
30. Graham, you require 72.
There's a bit of a rocking motion, as you can see right there. But with only a small 8, he's got 64 left. And he does have the luxury of laying up.
40.
Yeah, Robertson at the back there going, I wish I were closer to take advantage of these mistakes that Graham Hall is making, but
45. Graham, you require 32.
You don't suspect that Graham is going to fluff his lines here, and he
on the
doesn't.
first leg,
That's a
Graham
19 dart break of throw. I think
Second
Steve
leg,
Robertson
it's
is
Graham
starting
to
to
throw
find out how
first.
difficult this format
Game
can
on.
be if you're not picking up points early.
yeah, it's brutal if you can't get off and running, and the longer it takes, the harder it is.
97.
The town where, I say town, it's smaller than a town, is Choppington in Northumberland.
134.
But it's nestled between three very influential towns in southeast Northumberland. One is Bedlington, which we've mentioned earlier on. Another one is Ashington, which is the home of Steve Harmison and the Charlton brothers.
I have played in Ashington Social Club, I think, back in the day in the county system.
You played at the Northern, didn't you? What a venue.
Practice boards up on the balcony.
That's right. Iconic venue. And the other town is Morpeth, which is probably the nicest town in all of Northumberland. Subjective, of course, but it is rather beautiful. Oh, look at that from Robbo. That's more like it. And look at the smile on his face as well. It's one of glee that he's able to do that, but maybe one of frustration that he hasn't done it earlier.
40.
He's not going to get a 10 darter. He's not going to get an 11, and now he's got a 50-50 call here. Does he bust it, or does he go for double five? And he paid full respect to Graham Hall there.
161.
Yeah, he really did. It was one of those shots that you didn't really want to be thinking about, wasn't it?
$72.
Graham is starting to pick off that bullseye on approach. At least once a leg now. Madhouse for Longshanks.
No score.
And if he lets this leg go,
89.
he will now fear that he's not going to win his fourth game of the day. It's a leg where he left a double after 9. Oh, that's really, really good from Hall. That's like somebody throwing poison in your tea.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first.
That will not taste very nice at all.
He'll be feeling lower than ditch water on a meadow in the middle of June. And I'm telling you now, that's pretty low.
140.
And look who's got no sympathy.
140.
This is the thing. If you want to play domestic darts in the UK or play international games against players from overseas, you can't expect them to have any sympathy for you whatsoever, whether they know you or not.
Usually your friends are the worst at it. That you think, oh, cheers, mate. Thanks for that.
Yeah, Graham will know a thing or two about that. He's been around the block a couple of times. His neck of the woods, it has served up a few decent players over the years, but I suppose flying the flag for the West Midlands at the minute.
140.
Luke Woodhouse.
Yeah, he's playing lovely at the minute.
6.
Sort of finding his mojo again.
136.
Actually had a communication this morning from someone who was actually playing this week here at the MODUS Super Series, James Hubbard. He's watching on, doing his homework. Well done, James. And he thinks that Steve Robertson's throw reminds him of somebody else from the West Midlands. Someone who was called Something Man.
100. Stevie requires
a pie
40.
man. Andy Smith. I can see what he thinks, and I agree.
20. Graham, you require 144.
That's 8 darts missed at a double in this match, and it's only leg 3. Hall has been given way too many opportunities for his 83 average.
92.
And when he's been at a double, he has not missed at all.
20. Game shot on the third leg, Steve Robertson.
Well, to his credit, he comes back to the hockey and takes it this time. But that walk
flag, it's
looks a little
Graham
bit
to throw
languid. He
first.
seems to have lost a little
Game
bit
on.
of his pep.
I only have one Andy Pieman story. He was in the all-you-can-eat Chinese at Eastbourne while I was waiting for a table with my dear
140.
friend Simon Whitlock. And it said on the door, all you can eat. And this isn't a joke. This is dead honest truth. And they'd been bringing stuff out to him for 2 and a bit hours, and he was still
45.
eating. Was the pie man. And the gentleman asked him to leave. He said, I haven't had my pudding yet. And he didn't go. And then the gentleman gave him 3 bowls of ice cream, said, you eat that and get out.
81.
He'd pretty much eaten them out of house and home for his $16.99, I think.
Andy wouldn't harm a fly.
He is a lovely, lovely man. A real character who is...
83.
His type is very sorely missed in the top end of the game today.
I would have to agree with that. She had many a knocky with Andy. Watching Andy with Terry Jenkins on tour was
140.
like watching Hale and Pace.
Oh, I can only imagine. Like I say, the few times that we crossed paths, he was just a lovely, lovely man. And
81.
yeah,
Graham, you require 140.
both of them have full heads of hair when I met them.
That's a little different now. As is the weight of the pie man. He's a bit shredded these days compared to what he used to be like. And Graham has just shredded that 140 down to tops. During leg 2, you just got the feeling that Robertson was ready to
Graham,
kick
you
on.
require 40.
It hasn't quite happened. And he's finding out firsthand just how difficult Super Series life can be.
Game shot on the
At
fourth
the hands of
leg,
a
Graham
very,
Hall.
very good operator. And he could be the first person to get to 6 points.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I wonder if somebody gave him that nickname G-Man.
28.
Maybe it's something he had at school.
Yeah, I had a lad in my football team we used to call G-Man. His name was George. He was a little bit ugly, so we couldn't call him ugly, so we had to find something else to call him. So we called him G-Man, and he thought it was pretty
59.
cool.
Well, if he doesn't walk out on a Saturday night to the theme song from Masters of the Universe, then that's a missed opportunity, because he could be G-Man,
55.
Master of the Universe.
He could indeed. Or he could be the heebie-jeebie man.
He's not been showing a great deal of nerves today, but
81.
by no means have we seen the finished article of Graham Hall. This is him probably at his worst, and he's still competitive.
Yeah, I think for Graham today, although he's been here before, it's just a little reminder of what the place is about. I
45.
think he'll come back a different player tomorrow.
That's what he's got to do right for the rest of the day. Just keep plugging away at those tons. Bank a few 140s. And let's face it, if he gets this win, 6 points minimum
100.
from his first day back, that's good. But he has still got Tommy Morris to play in game 15. That will be the last game of the schedule. There's another ton for you. That's what you got to do. If you're not playing your ultimate best, just chip away at one big treble a visit if you can.
There will only ever be one they call the ton machine.
45. Graham, you require 161.
I will give you an Alan Glazier story if we have another leg in this game, or indeed in the next match.
$55.
That's okay, but it is vulnerable. Robertson's only got one max in this game. 3 140s. He needs a 2 treble visit desperately.
65.
It's not enough.
Graham, you require 106.
It's as if he's just handed Graham Hall a cushion. And it might be a 3-leg cushion. Double 16.
74. $140.
Well, there's that
Graham,
140,
you
but
require
unfortunately it
36.
leaves 23. That might be a parting shot for Steve. Oh, this is tricky now.
Game shot,
But he uses
and the
that
match,
angle to
Graham Hall.
perfection to get a much-needed bounce-back win. Longshanks is still looking for his first win on this stage. But on this occasion, Graham Hall is just too tricky. With a mid-80s average, it's very similar to what he did in his previous performance where he lost to Nikolaou, but this time he was just too effective on the doubles, as you can see, at 50%. And with one game left, he's the first person to get to 6 points. When we come back, it's going to be Morris up against Whitlock. These two have battled many times before, but never here.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Well, if darts is your religion, this can be your church. And we are in a former church, so that's very apt. But now we turn to a very mystical game between the gun and the wizard.
First leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Does Tommy have the bullets? Or does Simon have the right spell to repel said bullets?
100.
This is an interesting one because somebody is about to join Graham Hall on 6 points.
Yeah, these two play
60.
quite often against one another locally in the Southampton Darts Series just up the road on a Tuesday night, and
60.
they've had some real humdingers between them.
So it is fair to say that when they do get going here, there's nothing they don't know about each other.
Not a thing. Not a thing.
78.
You've watched Simon play 3 and a bit games today.
60.
What have you seen from his angle of attack in the board that he would potentially be working on to try and get a bit more consistency from the scoring department?
130.
Well, he likes the angle of attack that he has. It's always a sort of angle that he's always had with that extra long point and
100.
what have you. And it's when the dart is in the right place, he uses it so well. And that's what he's trying to replicate. But at the same time, that's all good for the scoring. You've got to have it stay out of the way
40.
when you're going for a double,
Tommy,
when
you
you're right on the wire.
41. $89.
It's a pretty steady first leg here from Tommy. You never judge anybody by Monday morning or Monday afternoon.
100. Tommy, you require
You see where they stand
52.
on Saturdays.
Game shot on the first leg. Tommy
With that
Morris.
said, Morris is looking very good to go to the top of the
Second
table
leg,
if he
it's
keeps
Simon
up legs
to
like
throw
that.
First. Game on.
Like I say, they do enjoy playing one another and they do bring the best out in one another.
108.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. You were saying?
Yeah, exactly.
84.
What is it about playing Tommy that Simon likes?
I think the art of combat. I think he sees Tommy as a real
60.
raw talent who just runs around in circles and does his own thing and lets Simon get on with it. There's no airs and graces. There's no
140.
Tommy doesn't try to put anybody off. He sort of struggles enough trying to keep his own head in place for his own throw without starting to complicate things and trying to put another player off.
6.
There may be people watching this live on Pluto TV right now thinking, are there players who actually do try to put people off? Well, I'm going to put my hand up and say, yes, there are.
I'm going to put my hand up and say, yes, there are.
Tommy's not one of them. He's a pure player who just likes to get on with it. There are 2 types of people in this world.
121.
People who play darts like Tommy Morris.
97.
And people like Johan Wisser who celebrate a penalty before it's even hit.
77. Simon, you require 80.
Indeed. I watched that last night too.
That was naughty. 2 double tops again. Or tops at the end. That'll do.
Game shot on the second leg. Simon Whitlock.
Look at the smile on Tommy's face.
When have you seen
Third
Simon
leg,
have that
it's
little
Tommy to throw
fist pump
first.
today? When have you
Game
seen
on.
him have that little punch when he's hit a double today? He hasn't, has he?
Exactly.
That'll tell you what this game means playing Tommy
80.
Morris.
Well, if you don't enjoy playing darts against Simon Whitlock, you're in the wrong sport. Because whether he's at his peak or not, he still loves this sport more than most things. Because there are
26.
things in life that he loves. He loves his animals, loves his family, doesn't necessarily love the weather in Portsmouth,
140.
but he loves to compete and he loves the search. And I can say that hand on heart because searching for
80.
things is maybe the one thing he loves the most. His golf nickname is Reload.
100.
And that stems from a game of golf we had in Spain where he sliced his first tee shot so badly that when the ball was still in the air, he'd already reloaded on the tee.
140.
Very nice indeed.
And then, just to catapult the point into how much he likes to search for things, when he went to look for the first ball, he was more involved in looking for a snake than his golf ball.
Probably so that he could take it home.
Yeah, playing golf with Simon was
140.
nothing short of a laugh a minute. This is no laughing matter. That's a wonderful 14-darter from Tommy.
And I think the reason these two like playing one another is because the rhythm is really good, the pace suits each other.
Game on.
And they bring the best out of one another, like I said earlier.
92.
I think most dart players can say that there is somebody in their career that they loved to play because it just felt comfortable. Did you have anybody like that? That when you draw them, you think, okay, I can get my teeth into this because I know what it's going to be like?
Kind of most of the better players that you play, really, that were, you know, we spoke about the Grand Slam in an interview you'll see later with Andy Hamilton, and the BDO being pitted against the PDC back in the day, and that's how it was seen. And coming over and playing the likes of Adrian Lewis and Cheers and Bunting and Peter Wright, and those games, they were the ones that you just loved to play. They were dreams to play, and you never felt any nerves whatsoever. You were just playing them as a person. I don't think there's too often you get that in darts, and then once you put one of those stars around your neck, you're that person for everybody else. And sometimes it's difficult to deal with.
100.
It always seems to be leg 4 that sees a game like this at its T-junction. Is it going to go left or right? Well, that's going to go right.
108.
Third maximum of the match. Morris can steal it. And does with a ton plus checkout.
Tommy Morris.
The end of leg 4 sees 6 perfect darts.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw
and once
first.
Again, a little bit of respect there between the two. They do enjoy playing one another.
100.
I was having a little bit of a wander around Portsmouth last week, just trying to get to know the place a bit better. And in Old Portsmouth, they actually have
57.
a war memorial for the Australian soldiers.
Yes, they do. I knew that.
137.
Even though there's a bit of banter between the Poms and the Aussies, as the Australians would say.
134.
There's a camaraderie as well.
We're pretty firm allies, aren't we?
Maybe not at cricket.
Definitely not a cricket.
97.
That's on my bucket list to go to Australia on holiday and take in an Ashes Test match in Australia. It's definitely on my bucket list to happen.
Just get yourself to the MCG on
Tommy
Boxing Day. That is
167.
something ridiculously good. A bit like this.
87.
Because Tommy Morris has got this game in the palm of his hand right now. It's just a question of whether he can catch it.
Well, he's been blisteringly brilliant up to now.
100.
His personal best on this stage is 106.7. He's not going to break that.
40.
But he did just have a chance
Simon,
of a ton plus average.
110.
And ironically, Morris hit the 110 in the last leg to go 3-1. Different route for Whitlock.
92.
And those just don't seem to
you
drop in when you're
require
3-1
40.
down, do they?
20.
Apparently they don't drop in when you're 3-1
Simon,
up.
you require 18.
He feels he's made an error there. And he's let Whitlock in. That double 9 has not cooperated today.
10.
And neither has the
Simon,
mirror
you
image on the
require
board.
20.
Morris wasn't expected to get back there, I can tell you that now.
Game shot.
But he
and
has
the
won by
match,
4 legs to
Tommy
1.
Morris.
So first blood between Tommy the Gun Morris and Simon the Wizard Whitlock this week goes to the man from Dorset. And he's found himself at the top of the table now by winning that game with a leg difference of +3. He's on 6 with Graham Hall with the best leg difference, and it's a brilliant performance, averaging nearly 97. Whitlock will have to remain on 4 for now, but with a game to go. The final round of play is just around the corner. After the break, we will commence.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
That's where you're viewing your MODUS Super Series action now, live on Pluto TV. And you've got one more round to go for Monday. It's been a stormy day and a very unpredictable one on the stage. But now one more chance for points for Andreas Nikolaou and one more chance to get off the mark for Longshanks Steve Robertson. A long
First
way to
flag,
come from
it's
Northumberland.
Steve to throw first.
You don't want to come all the way to the South Coast for nothing. But if he can win this match, he will feel so much better about the way he could start his charge tomorrow. But for Nikolaou, he has won his last 2 matches.
120.
Steve starts with a hat stand. Never seen him in a hat.
$59.
Kind of reminds me of someone he probably knows well. A guy called Mark Stevenson, the dad of young dart player Daniel Stevenson. He's someone who likes to play local league in a hat. I can't understand behaviour like that, Scott. How can you play in a hat?
I'm not sure how you play in a hat. I mean, I would have a... If I had a hat of choice to play in, it'd probably be some sort of Stetson. Being a farmer,
42.
bit of a cowboy.
I can see you in one of those. You see these American streams as well where you see the American dart players with a backwards cap on. I can't stand stuff like that.
I didn't think headwear was allowed. I thought there was a rules against certain headwear.
Well, if you're playing here at the MODUS Super Series, you are not allowed to wear a hat whilst playing unless it's for religious reasons. And that brings things like a turban into play. That is allowed because it's for religious reasons. But if Steve Robertson, for example, wanted to wear a cap, he wouldn't be allowed to. And these are the rules that our tournament director and our referees and players marshals, they all know it. They're all versed in Darts Regulation Authority ruling.
17. Stevie required 24.
He's left double 12 enough today. And he's had some problems on it. He's given us the old Luke Humphreys ghost dart there. And it worked a treat.
Flag, Steve Robertson.
Yes, it's a we call it. We were asking
Second
players
lag,
why
it's
they do
Andreas
that,
to
and
throw
it's
first.
apparently a
Game
visionary dart. You do a bit of a ghost throw and imagine where it's going to go. It's like replicating, and then you put the dart in there and it goes, apparently. The one that used to get me was Larry Butler. He'd just sort of like flip it up and about in his hand and then lob it. It was like, well, I'm just getting used to the weight of it, Scotty. Well, you've been throwing the damn things for the last 3 hours. If you're not got the weight... But that's how Larry Butler did
81.
it. So that's the only other daft thing I've ever seen other than the ghost throw. The ghost throw is now being implemented everywhere. It's very similar. When you see somebody that does a bit of a ghost throw, then has a good go and plays well or whatever and does well in the tournament, everybody's ghost throwing. Very similar to the Gary Anderson thing about stepping onto the top of the hockey. Gary started playing well, wins a couple of world championships, stepping on the hockey. Everybody's stepping on the hockey.
95.
There are 10-year-old kids stepping on the hockey now before they throw. It's kind of, yeah. And we were talking about a certain type of trainer shoe earlier, and everybody started wearing them because somebody became successful with wearing them.
108.
We are like sheep in the darting world.
I'm afraid that is the case.
Back in my day, all these all-in-one flights, they were just on the pub darts that you could find in the window, and they were only on them because they didn't break.
Yeah, nobody used to use those. He's going for the backwards 141. I like Gerwin Price. I wonder what kind of season he's going to have.
109.
Well, if he does have a good season or a bad season, he'll do it with impeccable teeth, an incredible tan, and a hairstyle that wouldn't blow over in a storm.
41. Andreas, you require 32.
Double 16 from the right-hand side of the hockey. Well, that's a nightmare. And that's why.
Yeah.
Steve, you require 144.
He'd hope he's going to come back. Very close not to coming back.
100. Andreas, you require 32.
He's already hit double 16 in this leg.
Game shot
And now
on
he's
the
at double
second
8
leg.
for a 1-1
Andreas
scoreline.
Nikolaou.
Well, just in case
Third leg.
Muck
it's
Longshanks
Steve to throw first. Game on.
doesn't wear these trousers tomorrow, they are a very snazzy pair of pants. He looks like, after today, he's going to be part
96.
of a Bay City Rollers tribute act. That's the kind of trousers that you would find on a golfer back in 1985.
59.
Snazzy.
I have a pair very similar, actually. Grey with like a pink check on them.
81.
I've only just got to lose another 4.5 stone and I'll be in them. And they will be here when I next play if I can get my backside in them.
41.
One of the great things about dart players in this individual sport is that you can have the creativity to use whatever you want, as long as it's within the rules. It used to be a rule, and we're going back on the old
83.
headwear thing a little bit now, where trousers had to be black and plain with no logos. I do believe it was James Wade and a little bit of
100.
Peter Wright, where they started relaxing the rules and allowing people to be expressing themselves a bit more, which is totally great.
100.
Now you've got Alan Suter wearing checky trousers, Steve Robertson, and you've got
Scott Williams, yeah.
wearing pants that look like checked jeggings.
No, they're like Rupert the Bear trousers, aren't they?
60.
I like them.
Stevie
I think they're
require
brilliant.
101.
I think it's to stop people looking at his ginger beard and they look at his legs instead.
57.
Good lad again, Scott Williams, funny guy, really good lad.
Very talented. Spent a little bit of time here, but not too much. He's been on the tour
57.
for a good couple of
Stevie
years now.
require 44.
And Robertson's on Motown.
Game shot on the third leg. Steve
And
Robertson.
that works perfectly. 2-1 lead, and he will fancy this one now.
Fourth leg. It's Andreas to throw first. Game on.
This is a good performance so far. Averaging 91 is the big man. Nikolaou is back to the kind of stuff that he threw in his first two games today. Maybe he's just come off the top a little bit, and Robertson is starting to expose that. Now, one thing I've noticed about the flights of
44.
Robertson today is that they are displaying a famous logo for a charity. And if we do get a chance to have a chat with him this week, we'll see what the backstory of that is. Because there's a lot of
58.
players out there who do a great deal of work for charity. It's
58.
an incredibly decorative dart that he's got. It's so intricate. It's got little bits and bobs all over it. It looks like it's been made from remnants of Thanos' mitt or his
60.
gauntlet. And that's one of those flight and stem combinations that actually has
60.
a bit of a jump in it. If you hit that flight, it actually goes up and down. So it does absorb a little bit of power.
So a little bit like spring-loaded type.
Yeah.
96.
Not for everyone, but it's nice that these dart players have got so much choice these days to try and find the balance that they need.
Yeah, I tested them a few years back and I didn't get on with them at all. I got shot of them straight away.
Yeah, I think if you're a dart player of a certain standard, you know what works. And more specifically, you know what doesn't really quickly.
Yeah,
81.
just there was a little bit too much back end weight for my type of barrel, and it just sent the dart a little bit sideways.
That's the perfect dart that he's looking for. Because he can stack on top just like that.
140.
And he walks away from that visit
Andreas,
disappointed with a
require
140 because of the lie he had.
Yeah, and you can kind of understand that.
$58. Steve, you require 98.
Now, what are we going to see on this 98? I've really started to stop speculating as to what people are going to do. But this really should go in.
60.
Oh, that is slightly unfortunate.
You
He
require
got a collision, but
48.
it just wasn't enough. Double top. Needed.
Game shot on the
He doesn't
full
hit
flag.
that.
Andreas
He's
Nikolaou.
looking at a deficit of 3-1 down.
Fifth flag.
The
It's
shot that I'm
Steve to
referring
throw
to, by the
first.
way, is the 78
Game on.
checkout from Whitlock earlier against Robertson when he hit 2 single 20s for double 19. If you say to me that you've seen that before,
60.
I will call you a liar to your face.
I have to be honest here. I've done it before
99.
from 58, where I've gone 20 for double 19 because it's one of my favourite doubles, and I've missed every other double on the board for 3 legs, and I've been chasing round and round. I thought, just go home, just go where you know, dunk, and off you go again.
Has this got something to do with a very famous 158 checkout that you hit once?
Very, very lot to do with a lovely 158, and I continue to do it every now and again when I'm lost.
134.
I had 106 left the other day, and I was playing Tommy Leishman, and I think it was Q School or Challenge Show. I can't remember which it was. And I went treble 14 first start.
100.
Single 14 to get a go at the ball. We were level at 3-3, 4-4, whatever it was. He was sat on tops, and I thought, for some unknown reason, I felt 2 stabs at double 14. I'll hit it with 1 at treble 14.
56.
And I hit it first start, left myself 64, went 14 for the ball. Wired the ball, missed it. Tommy gets out, I lose. Everybody's amazed.
100.
Well, I'm amazed by that.
80.
Second 180 of the game for Robbo. Not the only Robbo in the northeast of England. Gary Robertson, the
100.
former World Trophy
Steve
champion from
requires
20
61.
years ago. How did that happen? I mean, it's 20 years ago. Not how did he win it? We know how he won it.
21.
Now, if Andreas finds this
Andreas, you
112, this
require
will be
112.
very, very naughty indeed. Remember that 110 he took out earlier? Well, he's not going to do it unless he finds the treble 19 here.
$44. Steve, you require 40.
He's getting chances. This is his 9th dart at a double. And it's a very
Game
good
shot on
one.
the fifth leg, Steve Robertson.
Averages today for Robbo, 83,
Sixth leg, it's Andreas to
81,
throw first.
85,
Game on.
and 75. This, so far, is his best performance, and it could yield that much-needed elusive win.
41.
We're on the other foot. You've got Andreas, who's dropped off a little in this game, back down into that sort of mid-70s bracket where he was losing games earlier in the day.
140.
When he played at the ADC Global Championship about 6-7 weeks ago, his best average was 91.8.
99.
He is yet to get to that level today. In fact, his best is 86.95. If that's going to be your best this week, you will not win.
60.
No, I agree with that. We did see him in an earlier match, although it did end up in the mid-80s. For the first 3 or 4 legs, he was
130
sat on 103 average. So it's in there. It's definitely in there for the young man from Cyprus.
125.
Well, this is the kind of performance that if you can replicate it throughout the course of most of the week, you will be dangerous. You talked earlier, Scott, about 1 in every 3 darts at double hit. That's exactly what Rob was doing. He's averaging 90, which is something he can do on a regular basis. But we'll cut him some slack today because it's his debut day. And this is much better. That is going to be his first chance to win a match. And he might just do it. Now by 2 legs. And in the background there, we just caught what looked like a big exhalation.
79. Steve, you require 55.
Double top to win.
Game shot.
And that's more like it.
Steve Robertson.
He's had to wait until game 5 to get that elusive win, but he's got it on the board. And he stops Nikolaou from getting to 6 points, where Hall and Morris already are. So tomorrow, if he can find a little bit more in the tank, he could find himself moving in the right direction. But that is a really, really impressive performance, averaging just shy of 92 with good doubling as well. When we come back, Simon Whitlock will take on Andy Hamilton. And where have we seen that before?
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
I think it's fair to say that we are getting a pretty good view of the top of Simon Whitlock's head right there. And we're about to get a very good view of a match that has been seen in PDC darts before 32 times. They know each other's games inside and out. And they're about to write a new chapter.
First leg, it's Simon to throw first. Game on.
They have played each other everywhere. The Grand Slam, in-players championship events, the World Grand Prix, the World Match Play, the World Championship, the Premier League. They've played each other in multiple countries, like Australia and all over Europe. But isn't it strange that the first day that Simon Whitlock is at the MODUS Super Series, he's bumping into an old adversary
36.
in Andy Hamilton. This is proof that darts has more than one level. It has multiple levels.
99.
But these two still want to batter each other into the wall. And they're going to do so at least 3 times this week.
Just to add to those 30 matches that they have clashed before, yeah. It is funny. On my couple of years over there, there were players that I played 3 and 4, 5 times. And other players in the room, I never touched them in the 3 years I was there.
That's the way it works. The luck of the draw. You just have to beat who's put in front of you.
115.
Well, they have actually had a draw in their career. And the only place they could have had one was in the Premier League.
180.
It was 7-all. It was the Premier League back in 2012. And that was the year where they would meet in the semi-finals at the O2.
99.
The scene of that famous 9-darter for Whitlock.
62.
He's off to a good start here.
46.
Looking to get first blood.
Andy, you require 167.
But we'll have to tidy up on the doubles next time around if he gets a look. If could turn into nothing.
142.
That's why Andy Hamilton is so hard to beat.
16.
Because when you're sitting on 16 and he's on 167, he still gives you a fright.
Game shot on the first leg.
Mop your brow, Simon. You've got the first leg.
Second leg. It's Andy to throw first. Game on.
This is your quintessential Ashes match, isn't it? England versus Australia. Australia's best ever player?
99.
Is that fair? Even though he's not a world champion, he's not a world master?
I'd say, yeah, I think that's fair, just through
81.
longevity alone.
I think it's an interesting debate to have because Tony David obviously won Lakeside back in 2002. Graham Hunt, a big hero of Simon Whitlock's, won the World Masters back in 1997.
118.
Russell Stewart as well.
Former world number 2 from the 1980s.
60.
You've got to be great to have a tournament named after you, and Russell Stewart has got the Russell Stewart Classic on the Dart Players Australia Tour.
Not to be confused with the CDC Shoot to the Moon tournament.
Nobody names tournaments better than the CDC. Let's just get that right.
I don't know who Moon Shooter is, but he must be a good player. Have a tournament named after him.
Although they do have the Golden Nugget Classic in Australia at Tennant Creek, Northern Territory. And the winner gets a golden nugget. An actual nugget of gold.
58.
Simon's won it multiple times. He's wearing one of those nuggets around his neck.
Wow, great knowledge. Well, they must be out there panning away again for when he comes back then, I should think.
60. And you require
I'll tell you a little tale about
128.
Tennant Creek in the next leg. Let's see who's going to take leg 2. It's that pesky 128 again. And it proves to be pesky.
88. Simon, you require.
Now, this is a famous checkout, once hit by Jared Cole on this stage with 60 bull.
46. Andy, you require 40.
Double top. Line was okay. Weight not so.
Game shot on the
And that
second leg.
stops
Andy
Simon
Hamilton.
from getting a look at Shanghai 19s, which is something he very much enjoys.
Third leg. It's
Now,
Simon to
Tennant
throw
Creek
first.
is a long way from anywhere. Russell Stewart once told me that he flew to Alice Springs
59.
and he was picked up by someone. They said, I'll give you a ride to Tennant Creek. No problem. Picks him up at the airport in a ute. Your classic Aussie utility vehicle, which has 2 seats in the front and lots of storage at the back. And there were 6 jerry cans full of fuel in the back. And Russell asked, what do you got all that fuel for?
140.
And he says, we're never going to get to Tennant Creek without it.
Wow. Wow, we think we put a bit of effort in to go up the dog and duck half an hour
41.
for a tournament at the weekend. That is amazing. That has got to be the middle of nowhere.
Absolutely.
100.
Real commitment to go to a tournament like that. And it's so hot there. We could sit down with Simon and talk for 20 minutes.
28.
And it's not even skimming the surface of what we could talk about with Australian legend Captain Whitlock.
90.
Now, if Andy was going to be on a finish after this throw, we could talk about this 112.
100.
And even that maximum doesn't get into a finish.
Simon, you require 112.
So he doesn't need to take this out. But he might anyway.
80.
He really does throw those darts with ferocity, doesn't he? So much so that people have accused Simon of being the fastest thrower in the
40.
world. And I don't
Simon,
mean
you require
pace of throwing
32.
3 darts. I mean miles per hour per dart. He might just be the Brett Lee of darts in more ways than one.
Game shot on the third leg.
Well, that
Simon
fastball
Whitlock.
gives him a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg.
Yeah, people
It's
accused
Andy
him of
to
being
throw
a Brett
first.
Lee lookalike.
Game on.
But he'd have to shave the beard off, which is never going to happen.
No, I can see that, actually. What a fierce competitor he was as well on the pitch.
24.
Trust me, if he's steaming up the grass towards the 22-yard cricket pitch towards me, I'm getting out the way.
Yeah, I don't want to be hit by that.
96.
Used to play a little bit of cricket back in the day. But, yeah, soon stopped all that once I realised the ball could break my fingers, and then my fingers not being in very good state wouldn't help my darts. So, yeah, that sport went by the wayside.
60.
Plus, I look a little bit plump in white.
$81.
You don't see many dart players wearing white. Although Steve Beaton was here in the Legends League week in his resplendent white with a little touch of navy blue.
$139.
It's not a bad game, but it's waiting for someone to take it by the scruff of the neck.
100.
As you can see, Whitlock has changed his flights from yellow to white. Just had a look at our social media feeds as well. I have not forgotten about the Alan Glazier story, by the way.
140.
It is coming. Just making sure you stay tuned live on Pluto TV until the end of the programme.
54. And you require 138.
Two very famous shots for very different reasons. This is famous for Luke Humphries winning the World Grand Prix with it. This way. Doing it just like that for a 2-2 scoreline.
Andy Hamilton. Fifth leg, it's Simon to throw first.
Oh, if he'd gone for treble 20, I would have said Keith Delaware. Simon used to be noted as the biggest 170 hitter on the planet.
140.
But he doesn't seem to do it as much anymore. That seems to have been inherited by a few other players over the course of time, particularly Nathan Aspinall.
Oh, here's Scott Taylor. He's done it 6 times in the building.
97.
He's holding the record with 5, and he did it again last week. So added another one to the record so that he can get away from others.
59.
That really is some effort, getting 6 170 checkouts.
You've got to be leaving it a fair bit, haven't you? You've got to be setting it up, and it's what he does.
It's a better leave than 167.
138.
It's easier, especially the way that he throws darts. And very similarly to Whitlock, he throws them with real gumption.
Yeah, but the real 9 darter is 167, 167, 167 is what everybody tells me, which has probably never been done.
Somebody will do it one day. Stay on the 19s to leave the finish.
96.
And look what he's left.
Simon, you require 122.
Another. Leaves double 7. And that's another big hit. Now we're having some fun. Back-to-back big ton plus outs, and these guys are having a blast.
Sixth leg, it's Andy.
138 from Hamilton.
Game on.
Right back at you from Whitlock with a 1-2-2.
Honestly, I think my time machine works. It feels like 2012 again.
66.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? Every dart player needs a dance partner. And it does feel as if when these two meet, we are destined to have something very watchable.
140.
And there are going to be plenty of dart players and darts fans out there thinking this would be a brilliant final on Saturday night.
Yeah, it really would. And I'd like to see that. But you're saying about dance partner, it was how Whitlock and Tommy Morris in Whitlock's last game were complimenting one another and very comfortable at the hockey together, and these two are identical to that.
Not every game is going to feel comfortable. If you want to be a great player, you've got to beat the people that make you feel uncomfortable.
The only way I know to get under a player's skin is keep hitting that red treble 20 as many times as you can.
108.
Just like that.
You sound like Tommy Cooper.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wore a hat. He used to wear a fez, didn't he?
He did indeed.
84. Simon, you require 136.
Well, this is for 3 consecutive ton plus finishes. Too much to ask for.
58.
If he'd found that 57, he would have been on tops for the match with 3 darts in hand. But now he's got that speculative 78, where he usually goes treble 20 for double 9. And the reason he does it is because he believes he's more comfortable going for
56.
treble 20 double 9 because it's
Simon,
at the same level.
78.
Ask and ye shall receive. It's a 4-2 victory for Whitlock. In their professional careers, Whitlock is currently 19-12 up and he takes another scalp out of the hammer. It's a really good debut day for Whitlock. He'll finish on 6 points, and he's 2 points ahead of Andy Hamilton, and they will do battle in game number 2 tomorrow at around about 10 o'clock in the morning, and you do not want to miss that one. But you don't want to miss our last game either, because Hall against Morris will give us our leader after day 1.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
One more game for Monday's action coming your way right now then. And it will signify who leads overnight. But if you think this is the last battle and it will signify who makes Saturday night, think again, because they
First
will
leg,
do battle
it's
2 more
Graham to throw
times.
first.
This
Game
is the
on.
last match of Monday. It will also be the first match of Tuesday. But these two
100.
have had very interesting first days of week number 2. Both sit on 6
100.
points. Only 2 legs separate them in the leg difference column. That is what we have right now before this one really gets underway.
140.
But whoever wins this one, they will be 2 points ahead of their opponent and Simon Whitlock overnight.
60.
Graham started really well. winning his first couple of games, but then he succumbed to Andreas Nikolaou, which was, at the time, a massive surprise. Morris has just been doing Morris things. Fast, largely effective, and very, very watchable.
Yeah, Tommy doesn't know how to do it any other way.
85.
That's a song, isn't it? There's no other way.
60.
Yeah, Soup Dragon, wasn't it?
36.
It was some sort of 80s Manchester type band, I think, or 90s, early
Happy
90s.
Mondays, was it?
Might have been. Yeah, it might be.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, that's the first step on it being a very happy Monday for Graham Hall.
Second leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Judging where he's from, he's probably more of an Ozzy Osbourne fan.
140. Now,
some things do change year on year at the Super Series. Some things don't.
83.
It's an exciting time of year when we come to the early echelons of a series like this because we want to know who's coming back. We want to know who we're going to see for the first time.
96.
And when Graham Hall was on the sheet, we said, well, we know what we're going to get from Graham.
40.
And he hasn't let us down.
No, there's no other way. It was Blur, wasn't it? Of course it was.
Of course it was.
$96.
I did promise everybody an Alan Glazier story. And apparently,
70.
James Wade was out and about once with some of his team, let's put it that way. And said team introduced him to this lovely looking fella in his senior years and said, oh,
99.
this is James Wade. Oh, James, I'm a big fan of yours. And James said, oh, nice to meet you.
100.
Exchange a few words.
Grammy require
And nobody introduced James to this guy because they just expected that he would know who he was. And James walked away and said, who was that? And people looked at him in astonishment as if to say, you don't know who Alan Glazier is.
Tommy requires 60.
Yeah, James Wade didn't know who Alan Glazier was. We know what that is. That's an equaliser.
Tommy Morris.
I've had a similar situation where I've been introduced to him at a county match in the past, and I knew exactly who the man was. Dressed all in black still, black leather jacket. Just a lovely, lovely, nice man. And one of my first ever sets of darts were a
100
set of the Alan Glazier tub machines, which were as sort of popular as the Eric Bristow cockfinger back in those days. They were the big two sort of tungsten darts that everybody sort of went to because there just wasn't the choice that there is today.
The most exciting part of your entire 6 months used to be when the Red Dragon catalogue would come through your door. And then the choice was
100.
Good. You thought it was brilliant, but compared to now, my word. Now look at the dart that Graham has here. It's very uncomplicated. It's very much akin to his colour scheme of black and
90.
green. Maybe he was the Green Lantern in a former life.
97.
Maybe other colours of lantern are available.
36.
But yes.
That'll do. 88.
128.
Somebody has turned up in this game, and Tommy's going to have to stop him quickly. Maybe on the bull. It wasn't in.
14. Graham, you require 8.
Has Tommy dropped his dart on a concrete floor? He seems to have one that just will not stay in.
If you're going to play darts, don't do it with a tiled floor or a
Game shot on
concrete
the
floor.
third
Get
leg,
something to
Graham
protect
Hall.
it. I think these two are getting along really, really well.
Fourth flag, it's Tommy to
And
throw
speaking to
first.
some people over
Game on.
the last series, particularly Sto Bunce of the United States, he was saying
28.
that this environment, where you've got 6 players in a practice room for about 5-6 hours, gives you an opportunity to get to know some of these players quite well.
Yeah, I said it.
34.
I say it most times that I'm here. I think that although those 6 players are in a room together at some point within their darting life,
68.
it's you're thrown together in that room. It's a small room. There's 2 practice boards, and you've probably never sat with all these opponents. I was sitting there on a double trouble week, and you sat with Neil Duff, Hendo,
140.
Thornton, Richie Burnett. It was such a great sort of like the
83.
darts kind of got in the way of the stories. I've got to be honest with you. We was going out. Don't finish that story till I come back. And we were coming out and having a game and then going back in. It was lovely. It was great to hear some of the stories.
108.
Oh my, that's a great maximum. His second of the game, and he's averaging hugely.
140.
He could even
Graham,
finish
you
Monday
require
with a PB
47.
in this place. And he hasn't played here for a couple of years. Double 16.
Gets
Wonderful.
On the fourth flag, Graham Hall.
3-1 lead, and there you can see what he's doing. His personal best average
Fifth
at the
flag,
MODUS Super
it's Graham
Series
to
is
throw first.
103.9.
I'd just like to add at this point that's a 2-dart average for Tommy Morris because he can't seem to keep 3 in the board.
Well, the best trick to find out if one of your
44.
points is a bit askew, or as we say in the sport, a bit Dave Askew, is you get the dart, you put it on a table, and you roll it.
100.
And if your point is rotating without perfection, you need to replace it.
$76.
How's Tommy Morris going to feel if he walks away with only 6 points today? Is that
139.
okay for his first day's effort?
I would say yes. I would look at it wholeheartedly and go yes, but I'm not so sure Tommy will look at it that way. I think the Andy Hamilton game, he kind of dominated it and sort of gave chances away, and that'll be the one he'll look back on. Probably not so much this one,
126.
because, Graham Hall has absolutely dominated him. But if he can hang in there just the same as Andy did to him.
The best average of the day, 97.38 from Andy
59.
Hamilton against
Tommy
Robertson in
require
game 2.
136.
And that game culminated with a
96.
145
Graham, you
finish.
require 142.
This is in the same ballpark.
$60.
Getting a
Tommy,
match
you
start is
require
one thing.
40. Game shot on the
Staying
fifth
in a
flag,
match
Tommy
just like
Morris.
that is another. And Tommy believes he can still win this one.
Sixth flag, it's Tommy to throw first.
Yeah, it's funny. When you're up there playing, you don't realise that the guy's averaging sort of 10 or 15 points ahead of you. You know he's playing well, but you don't kind of grasp the fact that that could be the way.
And that's the way it should be. Dart players do not like to look at stats mid-game.
60.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong. I've had tournaments where the stats have been on the scoreboard on the stage while you're playing in a tournament, and you just go, get them off, for crying out loud. You do not want to know as you're playing. It is the worst thing.
Do you think Patrick Mahomes wants to know his QB rating in the middle of the AFC Championship game? Of course he doesn't.
No, we're at a point how many turnovers he's had or hasn't.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, he's not interested, and yeah, it's
6.
rather frustrating.
Well, this place has been created by players for players. And that's why these guys can't see anything apart from the score they've got left and what they've just hit in their previous visit.
140.
What a big visit from Graham Hall there. He's been super against the darts.
140. Graham, you require 161.
This is a fast game. It's only 11 minutes old for nearly 6 legs. It could well rest on this next visit for Tommy Morris. If he can't take 142 out, Graham
65.
is on a
Tommy, you
two-darter.
require 142.
Doesn't quite get the second 60. And now the benefit of hitting that 25 for Graham
Graham, you require 96.
means that this match-winning potential checkout could give him the lead overnight. Double 18. Well, he gets it 1.2 late.
Tommy, you require 32. Game shot on
And we have one more leg for Monday.
Seventh and final leg. It's
Who's going to
Graham
land the
to
last
throw
blow?
first.
Who's going to get the first psychological edge ahead of game 1 at around 9:35 tomorrow morning?
Really good game from both here.
140.
Well, the averages tell you a lot of fibs.
100.
Morris, 91.5. Hall, 104. What they've done prior to this means 0 now. It's all about what happens in the next 361 points. Or a little bit more if you're Tommy.
134. $140.
Pick a winner if you dare. Nobody's had a match dart. And these are the best of 7 leg games where it's tight to the very end.
108.
That is a sum 9 darts with the throw from Graham Hall.
4
81.
maximums is the best we've seen
Graham,
from
you
players in a
require
game today.
47.
We've seen it from Hall in this match. We've seen it from Hamilton and Whitlock. Single 13 leaves double 16 to leave Tommy Morris on 180.
31.
Morris thinks it's
Graham,
done.
you require 16.
Hall is 3 from 8 on the doubles. And this is for a big fat welcome back to the Super Series.
Game shot. and
Welcome
the
back,
match,
Graham.
Graham Hall.
8 points overnight is a very good return to Portsmouth. Straight off the tour, straight into the likes of Morris, Whitlock, Hamilton and others. And he is the man overnight with a very, very good display in that final match. The best by some distance, maybe 6 and a bit points. But that could have been so much better had he hit his doubles a little bit more effectively. He won't be bothered because he leads overnight. And now we've got a little bit of fat to chew before we finish the show. Scott and I will be back after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new
MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th MODUS Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new MODUS Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th MODUS Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 MODUS Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new MODUS Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your MODUS Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the end of the show here at the MODUS Super Series in week 2. Group A today, on its first day, has not disappointed whatsoever. We've had big names like Whitlock and Hamilton and Hall, and the likes of Robertson and Nikolaou and Tommy Morris have not disappointed either. Everybody's got points today, but we've seen the last 4 results go with the throw. And it is G-Man Graham Hall at the top of the table with 8 points, and he has a solo lead overnight. And I'm delighted to say that Graham is joining us for a bit of a chat. Graham, great to have you back with us.
Thank you.
We've missed you the last couple of years, but obviously coming back here, you said to us off camera that it took a little bit of time to get going, but at the end it was definitely worth it.
Yeah, I've been looking forward to coming back really, and a bit disappointed not to keep my card and things like that, but I think this year will be a good year for me, practice-wise, coming back to MODUS and all the other stuff that's on offer, and I think it'll be good for me to have the year off PDC.
We've been looking forward to seeing you play and what kind of level you would bring to us. Last game was exceptional, a personal best for you on a MODUS Super Series stage, so welcome back in that regard.
What was it?
It was well over 104.
Oh, happy days.
104.75.
It felt good, but when he's pushing you like he can, it doesn't feel as good as what it is.
It did seem that you had a good bit of banter with Tommy. It seems like you were good dance partners together because you're going to play each other again tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll get on well with Tommy. He's a good lad, and yeah, I know what he's capable of, and you know you have to turn up against him. So, yeah.
The winning moment from your match is something we're going to show you now, but you must be really, really thrilled that in a shootout match at the end where you've both got 6 points, you were the one who was able to get it done.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough group to be in. We all knew it was going to be competitive, and to come out on top on the first day, yeah, really pleased.
You got here quite early, which I think was a wise move because you'd never played in this place where the practice room has changed. A lot of things have changed since you were last here. So what do you think of it?
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. But that's why I did come down early, to get a good look around and get a feel for the place. But yeah, it's definitely changed for the better.
Winning a Group A situation is a difficult thing to do over 3 days. But when you see Simon Whitlock and Andy Hamilton in your group, are you almost saying to yourself, if I can beat these guys, I'm going to stand a chance?
Yeah, definitely. They were the 2 games that I was focused more on today, just if you can get those ones out of the way, you're doing all right. And then the one that I thought I should be winning, I'll go and slip up. But yeah, that's how it goes sometimes at darts.
So you are saying that you targeted those 2 games then? Because we see players come here and target it and go, right, these are the 2. If I can win one of the 2 against them and be up on them at the end of the week, that's the way that you came in looking at this week.
Yeah, 100%. You know the players in your group, you know what they're capable of, and you know if you can get one over on them early, then puts you in good stead for the rest of the few days.
The last couple of years, I'm sure, have been fairly tough, but I'm sure you've learned an awful lot about your game. Tell us a little bit about what it was like the last couple of years.
Definitely brings your game on a lot. It's a bit of an eye-opener when you get there and you see what talent is there. But yeah, I think it's done my game the world of good. A bit more calmer on the hockey now, I think, playing bigger names and stuff like that, yeah.
Is there one game that really sticks out in your mind from the last couple of years that you remember for the right reasons or maybe the wrong reasons?
Not really, no. I think beating Van Gerwen, that's always going to be a good one. But I think the one to make the semi-final against Danny Noppert, the 120 checkout to get through when he'd had a shot at the bull himself, yeah, that's the one that sticks in my mind the most.
And when you're beating people like, say, a Danny Noppert or a Michael Van Gerwen, does that then prove to you that you belong in that kind of company? And in turn, does that make you believe that when you come back to somewhere like this, that you should be contending every time you're here?
Yeah, I try not to think about it when I come here and think, oh, I should be winning. We all know what everyone's capable of here, and you've still got to be on top of your game. But yeah.
A lot of people think it's a step down. When you come off the circuit and you come off the Pro Tour, they think it's going to be a lot easier for you. Look at the averages you've been doing there. It kind of isn't. It's kind of a little bit harder when you come off it because you're a target for having been on the tour for the players that haven't been. So it can have a sort of a psychosomatic difference to what you think is going to be when you come off the tour.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think it's that much easier coming here. I think most of the standard on the Pro Tour, it's pretty much what it is here. It's not much difference in it apart from the elite at the very top of the game, but no, I don't think there's much difference. You've still got to be on your game.
Let's just talk, Scott, about the other players from today. Obviously, with all due respect to Graham, who's sitting with us. Whitlock on debut. Were you impressed with him?
I think he was learning today. I really do. I think the first couple of games that he was, he didn't hit doubles like he wanted to. He said before he started he's been messing with equipment. He changed the flight and stem setup to a different brand during the day. I think we're going to see probably a little bit more from him tomorrow. He knows more about what it's about now he's been here today.
Andy Hamilton doing some really good stuff. He had his best performance in his first game, but after that it looked a little bit like hard work at times, but he really enjoyed the game with Whitlock.
Yeah, I think it's one of those, I think you mentioned in commentary, they played each other 30 times in the PDC ranks, and if you don't know each other by then, you're a strange man. So, but I think with Andy, I think Andy's coming into it. I think you know what you're going to get with Andy. He's going to play that level. He's not going to drop off it too much, but he can step it up when you step it up against him. So that always makes him dangerous in any group.
You know Tommy Morris better than most, maybe better than anybody. So what is he going to feel about how his day went?
I think he'll be pretty negative because Tommy only remembers what happened 10 minutes ago. So the fact that he's just lost to Graham, he'd probably be a little disappointed, but I don't think that was the one that got away from him. I think the Hamilton game got away from him where he sort of more or less bossed it and couldn't quite get it over the line. And, the game against Graham, they sort themselves out. When the man's doing a 104 plus average, you just dip your cap and say, well done, mate, that one was yours.
Graham probably doesn't want us to talk about Andreas Nikolaou because that was his first defeat of the week. But you've got to give the Cypriot a lot of credit because he didn't win a leg in his first couple of games, but was able to bounce back.
Yeah, look, we saw this last time when he was here with the ADC. He at that time, he really took off like a racehorse and ended the day a bit like a cart horse, plodding away and getting no reward from it. And on this occasion, he started so slowly, but then remembered what it was like and stepped up against Graham there and really produced a really nice game. Every time you offered him a chance, he took it. And I think he was 4 out of 4 on the doubles that game as well. So, yes, you know that it's in there. I really don't think this is a really tough group.
Well, let's have a look at the group standings, because after 15 games played today, we can see that Graham is top. He's got the same leg difference as Tommy Morris, so when they play each other in the first game tomorrow, there may be a bit of flip-flopping going on there, but Whitlock, Hamilton in the sandwich, filling in the middle with Nikolaou and Robertson at the foot of the table. But he got his first win in his 5th game. He'll feel much better about his chances tomorrow after getting that initial win in Game 5.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the way it's going to be. I really can't. I'm looking up and down this group and thinking who can beat who and who can beat. But everybody's been beating everybody today. So I think it's one of those groups to be really wary of if you're playing within it. And I don't think you'll ever feel comfortable until the last start goes in on Wednesday to know where you end up.
Definitely not. It's not comfortable at all in there. Definitely not.
Well, let's have a little look to see the players that maybe Graham might not have to play come Thursday and Friday, because if he wins Group A, he won't have to run into someone he knows very well in Jamie Hughes. Martin Adams and Ashley Coleman will also take part in Thursday night's action, which will be live on Pluto TV from 10 p.m. Group C, Jensen Walker, a very good young player coming back, and he's got a score to settle here, but James Hubbard, the former World Youth Champion, he's coming back with Adam Mould, one of the guys who has made the ADC his home. Who's sticking out for you there, Graham, as to who you think might be one of the troublesome players later in the week?
Well, we all know what Jensen Walker's capable of at his young age. He's playing really well at the moment. But Adam Mould's a dangerous player, and he can do some damage in there, definitely.
Who's sticking out for you, Scott?
I say the same thing. I think I'm looking for Jamie Hughes to come here and do something. I really am. Former England teammate of myself, and I know exactly what he's got in the tank. And I hope he comes here and starts to show again what he's all about, you know.
Graham, you must be feeling really, really good about things and the way they've gone today, because I'm sure you were a little bit nervous this morning coming back, but walking away as the man at the top of the table, that must make you feel really, really good about yourself.
Oh, yeah, going into the second day, top of the table, feeling more confident than what I did when I turned up this morning. But yeah, it's a good start, but there's a long way to go yet.
Have you had many people watching you today?
I think so. I think there'll be a few. Always a few.
Well, they'll be watching you again tomorrow. Thanks for your time today, Graham, and all the very, very best. We'll see you first thing in the morning. Scott, what are you looking forward to tomorrow? Which battle has really stuck out for you today that you want to see the sequel tomorrow?
I don't think there's any one. I think there's a few. I think there's a few matchups. Obviously, we open up with Graham and Tommy. If it's, half as good as that when we finish, well, it sets us up for a brilliant day, I think.
Yeah, thanks for your company today. It's been an absolute pleasure to sit with you, and we'll do the same tomorrow from 9:30. Graham, all the very best. Looking forward to seeing you both, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow as well. Really, really looking forward to seeing how Group A progresses, because we're not even a third of the way through our action for the start of the week. We've still got 30 more games in Group A. And if you like your darting action on Pluto TV, that's the live action done for today, but we've still got plenty more for you. Stay here for a trip to Scott's farm.
What do you mean, no? Of course you want to be a beater, right? Of course you do. I ended up going off to Kingston Moorwood Agricultural College when I left school.
What did you do there?
Farming, funny enough.
Do you fight a lot?
Yeah, that's mum and son, that is. They're fighting for supremacy. Don't eat his coat, just shove it. Loved every minute of it.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.